79645. That's OFFER to 79645.
The Dean's List with Janice Dean.
A New Jersey pizzeria that has come up with an ingenious way to help find lost pets in the neighborhood makes today's Dean's List. Angelo's Pizza Restaurant in Matawan has started attaching lost animal flyers to their pizza boxes as a means of helping frantic pet owners reunite with their furry friends. The owner of the restaurant, John Sanfrantello, said he got the idea for the initiative after he saw a neighbor's Facebook post about a missing cat. John was particularly struck by the post because the cat looked like his own feline companion who once went missing for an entire week. He published a note to the pizzeria's Facebook page telling pet owners that he would begin attaching their missing animal flyers to all of his pizza boxes free of charge. Since John has publicized the restaurant's Missing Pet initiative on Facebook, they have handed out dozens of flyers for missing pets in the area. Angelo's Pizza, you made the Dean's List. Janice Dean, Fox News.
The Point is KUSG, Hagåtña, Guam, 93.3 FM and 104.3 HD3.
This is a Fox News alert. I'm Jane Metzler. After two mass shootings in the past 24 hours.
Learn lessons from it, just as we need to learn lessons from others.
Ohio Republican Senator Rob Portman joining his Democratic colleagues Sherrod Brown and Nanette Wally, the mayor of Dayton, Ohio, after a 24-year-old gunman opened fire in that city's restaurant district early this morning, killing 9, including the gunman's younger sister, wounding dozens more before police shot him to death. In El Paso, the 21-year-old murder suspect in the massacre there could be put to death for killing at least 20 people, allegedly, at a Walmart Saturday morning.
They're going to be pursuing the death penalty likely in this capital murder case, and also that they're going to be considering this case moving forward as domestic terrorism. Listen to how authorities describe that decision.
We're treating it as a domestic terrorism case, as the FBI special agent in charge said they have activated the domestic terrorist fusion cell at the FBI. And so we're going to treat it that way going forward.
And they wanted to say that they will be treating this like any other terrorist case in this country, with swift and certain justice.
Fox's Jeff Paul, initially shocked by what happened in his state, Ohio Senator Sherrod Brown saying,
"My next thought was anger at our country and society and our Congress for not doing anything about this. The House of Representatives has passed a bill to do background checks, overwhelmingly bipartisanly. I've called on Senator McConnell to bring the Senate back into session. We can pass that in one afternoon, background checks. The President of the United States could sign it that day. There's just no reason we shouldn't be doing that."
Senator McConnell, we're just learning, is recovering from a fractured shoulder he suffered this morning in a fall on his patio. This is Fox News.
Hi, welcome to this Subway ad for the new ciabatta collection. How do you want it?
I'll take the slam poultry.
Sure. Italian ciabatta with mozzarella. When hunger reigns, you're my favorite umbrella. Tasty garlic steak and provolone. With you, my taste buds are never alone. Savory chicken pesto, you have my affection. For you complete the ciabatta collection. Thank you. That was the new ciabatta collection by Subway. Limited time only at participating restaurants.
Parents, start your child's school year right with healthiness and fun. Complete your child's immunizations, annual physical, dental or eye exam at FHP and receive a free gift for each exam visit. Perfect for back to school. Valid from July 15 to August 31st or while supplies last. Visit their website or Facebook page for more details. Call 646-5825 and press 2 to schedule an appointment today. Most private insurance accepted. FHP Health Center, our island, your clinic.
With two cities, El Paso and Dayton, holding vigils tonight, President Trump issuing a proclamation honoring the victims of those two mass shootings.
The president has ordered flags to fly at half-staff until sunset on the 8th, which is Thursday, so the president wanting to pay his respects to those that were killed. We have also seen a tweet from the president. This is what he had to say earlier this morning. I want to read it to you. He said, "The FBI, local and state law enforcement are working together in El Paso and Dayton, Ohio. Information is rapidly being accumulated in Dayton. Much has already been learned in El Paso. Law enforcement was very rapid in both instances. Updates will be given through throughout the day.
Fox's Mark Meredith, the president pushing Congress to approve the new North American trade agreement he negotiated once members return from summer recess.
There's no deadline for approving the U.S.-Mexico-Canada agreement, but top Senate Democrat Chuck Schumer says
the closer we get to the next election, the harder it is.
Schumer says he and House Speaker Nancy Pelosi are united in demanding stronger labor and environmental protections.
If that doesn't happen, there won't be a bill. Plain and simple.
The Trump administration is pushing for ratification of the deal by this fall, and President Trump has threatened to withdraw the U.S. from the existing NAFTA agreement if congressional approval stalls.
Fox's Jared Halpern. Barbra Streisand returned to New York City's Madison Square Garden after 13 years. Plenty of people brought her flowers, but she didn't have a lot of nice things to say about Donald Trump. Lots of Democrats in the audience, from Bill and Hillary Clinton to Jerry Nadler, and the Reverend Al Sharpton also attended the show. The singer, though, did a remix of Send in the Clowns, taking jabs at the president. I'm Jay Metzler, Fox News.
IHOP now has buttermilk crispy chicken made with all-natural chicken breast and a signature blend of seasonings. Why am I running? Because IHOP now has buttermilk crispy chicken made with all-natural chicken breast and a signature blend of seasonings. Whoa! We're talking chicken sandwiches, chicken and waffles, even chicken and pancakes. But move it, Gray Van! IHOP has crispy chicken!
Run in to try IHOP's new buttermilk crispy chicken strips and pancakes for just $6.99. For a limited time, price and participating restaurants may vary.
Whether it's for business or pleasure, staying connected when you travel is always essential. And now when you travel to South Korea, enjoy free data roaming with Docomo Pacific. Navigate the city, look up the best restaurants, email back home, or post all your pictures, all on the go for free. Call 688-2677 today to make sure your postpaid account is ready for roaming. You plus Docomo Pacific. Better together. Some conditions apply. See print ad for details.
It's important to have claims process that works for you. At Guahan Insurance Services, we make things simple and convenient. Same door you walk in to purchase your insurance is the same door you open to file your claim. We can't pretend that the car insurance claims process is fun, but we can promise a hassle-free and speedy recovery without any runarounds. For your home, auto, and business insurance, visit us at the Camacho Landmark Center on Marine Corps Drive in Tamuning. Don't forget to like us on Facebook or give us a call at 475-1162 or text 929-SAVE. That's 929-7283.
Half a day and good morning, Guam. News time here at The Point is 7 minutes past 6 a.m. this Monday morning. I'm Kevin Kerrigan. Here's a look now at some of the top stories from the Guam Daily Post. 37-year-old Joshua Rivera Palacios telling police he did not remember being at the Jigo residence where Keith Castro was killed, but he admitted that he had been using ice for 5 days prior and the drug causes him to black out. Castro was found unresponsive at a residence along Chalantun Fred Cabeza in Jigo around 8:45 Sunday, July 28th. He was later pronounced dead at Guam Regional Medical City. According to the magistrate complaint, Palacios shot Castro as Castro tried to flee after being beaten with what appeared to be a baton. On Saturday in Superior Court, Palacios was charged with murder as a first-degree felony with a special allegation of possession and use of a deadly weapon and the commission of a felony. Palacios has a previous conviction of burglary and theft of a motor vehicle. 27-year-old Thomas Mark Tightno was also charged in Superior Court on Saturday with 4 counts of aggravated assault as well as possession and use of a deadly weapon, among other charges. Tightno was previously convicted of arson. Both men have been booked and confined. The $41,000 pay raise approved for Major General Esther Agagi was requested by Loralee Crisostomo, the quartermaster of the Guam National Guard. It was signed by Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio for Governor Leon Guerrero, according to the documents obtained by the Guam Daily Post. The governor said she did not know that her lieutenant governor was going to sign the Personnel Action Form, which is known as a GG1, before he did it. On Friday, she told reporters, "I was not aware of this, but the lieutenant governor was presented with this, and as acting governor, he has every authority to sign it. Unfortunately," said the governor, "it should have gone down to legal and forwarded off to the various players." Guam Daily Post got a copy through a Freedom of Information Act request. It reveals that the effort to boost Agagi's pay originated with a request from the Guard's quartermaster, Crisostomo, who recommended increasing Agagi's salary from $81,522 to $122,907 annually. By comparison, the person who most recently held the position of Adjutant General, Major General Roderick Leon Guerrero, received a salary of just $81,000. The governor underscored the Guard's involvement in her remarks on Friday, saying, "They reviewed it, they looked at it, they researched it, and their information says that this is the pay scale that she could be placed in. So they did the paperwork and they presented it," said the governor. The salary adjustment authorized by Tenorio has now been rescinded entirely, said Leon Guerrero, but a pay raise for Agagi is still under consideration. She said she thinks Agagi deserves a pay raise and the issue will be revisited. We'll have more news after this.
Security Title is honored to join in sponsoring Ray Gibson on The Point. Half a day. I'm Rita Tidegui of Manila, and this is where I start my day, listening to the voices of our community and sharing thoughts about issues that affect all of us. It all boils down to our people and our land. Ingatan ang iyong tahanan. Protect your home. When purchasing or refinancing your home, remember to call the professionals at Security Title, just like you call Ray Gibson in the morning.
Mescla Chamorro Fusion Bistro brings you island hospitality with a true taste of modern Chamorro cuisine. A bistro look that feels like home. Their menu features local and traditional flavors with a twist. From their famous Calaguan Hapa to fresh ahi poke salad and their award-winning barbecue ribs. Mescla takes your favorite local dishes and serves them with extra flair that you'll only find at Mescla Chamorro Fusion Bistro. Stop by their newest location in the Grand Plaza Hotel in Tumon. For reservations, call 969-2652. Mescla, a true taste of Guam.
11 minutes past 6 a.m. here at The Point. The Department of Parks and Recreation Historic Preservation Office has rejected the military's proposed mitigation plan for the two most recently discovered historical sites on the grounds of the live fire training range complex under construction on Northwest Field at Anderson Air Force Base. A news release Friday from the Preservation Office states Acting SHPO rejects inadvertent discoveries work plan. The acting SHPO is Patrick Lujan. His name is not mentioned in the news release. However, on Thursday, Lujan told the Guam Daily Post that both sites appear to be similar to previous findings in the area. The Friday release from his office states, "Our office has conducted and we review, and we do not agree with the suggested methodology within the draft work plan." The release states a more thorough archaeological investigation of these areas cannot be avoided. "We have informed Marine Corps Activity Guam to maintain a hold on all activities within the affected archaeological areas until a mitigated work plan is agreed upon," states the release. A hold on construction activity had already been put into effect, however, and the area was already cordoned off before the news release was issued. Marine Corps Communications Officer First Lieutenant Brett Lazaroff told the Post that both sites have been cordoned off as required, and an archaeologist has been called in to examine the artifacts and the area in which they were found as required. Upon learning of the latest findings, Senator Therese Terlahi contacted the acting SHPO and reiterated her request for a pause in construction on the firing range complex. In an email to the SHPO, Senator Terlahi expressed her concern that these historic sites, slated to be cleared, are bigger than previously understood and potentially more historically significant. The bus schedule for the upcoming school year, which starts a week from tomorrow, will be largely unchanged from last year. That means some high school students still will have to be up before sunrise in order to catch the bus and get to school on time. Guam DOE Superintendent John Fernandez told the Guam Daily Post they've been unable to adjust the bell schedule because there has not been much improvement in terms of the number of drivers and the number of buses. Currently, the earliest class start time is 6:45 a.m. for JFK High School and Tiedzen High School. "It's a concern," said Fernandez. DPW provides busing services for both public and private schools. The agency has 163 buses in all, but only 118 are operational. 11 buses are down on major repairs, while 34 buses are temporarily down for minor repairs. The agency also has just 107 bus drivers. For these stories and more, log on to postguam.com or pick up a copy of today's Guam Daily Post. Ray and Mike now, take a look at our weather.
It says, I love the way Mike is very descriptive on this. He says a vigorous monsoon trough will keep unsettled weather over the area until Wednesday. We can expect scattered showers and occasional thunderstorms, gusty winds accompanying the showers. And that's the weather forecast for the next several days. Today, in particular, cloudy and breezy, numerous showers and isolated thunderstorms. Southwest winds 20 to 25 miles an hour. Expected highs today about 85 degrees, and overnight lows should be blowing about 77 degrees. The sunset 6:47. If there's a sunset,
you won't see it.
Lots of clouds out there. It'll still go through the physics of it. The sun will go below the plane. You just might not see it because there's just so much crap out there in the sky.
Yeah, won't be any pretty pictures.
Well, let's see if we can get the pretty picture up here and see what the radar's looking like.
Lots of pretty colors on that radar, man, and what you see is what you get. No surprises here. Got lots of numerous scattered showers and some isolated thunderstorms rolling on through. That will be the way it is for the next couple of days. Maybe by Wednesday, things will start to dry out just a little bit. Got a lot of tropical activity going on out there. We'll go to satellite here in a moment. Remember last week I was telling you about the peak of the MJO, or the Madden-Julian Oscillation, which is taking place right now. That big blobage way off to the west there, that is Tropical Depression 10W Lakima. Lakima is a Vietnamese name for a tree, by the way.
Which way is that going? Korea?
And that's going to go kind of north of the Philippines, maybe Taiwan, and then recurve. It's a little iffy about exactly the path that this thing's going to take because things are still in the developing stages. We also have 95W Invest, which is just north of us. We can see it up to the top where you see a little bit of a curl over Guam. That is 95W Invest. It's going to continue to slowly develop, but it's going to pull off to the northwest too. And if that becomes a storm, it'll be named Krosa, which is a Cambodian name for a crane. And way up north, you can't see it. It's off the picture now, but it's Tropical Storm 09W Wifa. That's headed towards Japan. Wifa, by the way, a Thailand word for a common female name. So there is Wifa right there, moving on in towards Japan, and it'll pound the southern islands of Japan pretty strongly over the next week or so, for the next 3 or 4 days. So what we see is just this monsoonal flow going to keep on flowing in. And remember, all of this blobage that's out to the east is eventually going to come back over us. And
I was going to say, what are we going to do with that?
Yeah, as 95W pulls off to the northwest, it's going to drag this stuff with it. I think once it does, 95W will probably be the penultimate system that forms out of this particular MJO phase peak. And so when it pulls out, it'll start to dry out the weather and things will start to get better. But that won't be until about Wednesday.
Yeah, that's all right with me. 6A. You know what? I was laying in the house all day yesterday, and I thought, well, maybe it's time to turn on the air conditioner. And no, just a fan going, a little window open in the back, and it was cool in the house all day long. 6:16 in the morning, and that's news and plenty of weather together. Brought to you by Bank Pacific, banking on the Pacific for 65 years.
65 years ago, Bank Pacific opened its doors to our community. As we celebrate, we offer you a special 65th anniversary personal loan rate for as low as 4.65% for travel, back to school, a wedding. Do whatever you want with the money. We just want to give it to you for as low as 4.65% APR. It's our birthday present to you.
Bank Pacific, where others put branches, we place roots.
Equal opportunity lender, member FDIC, conditions apply.
It's Ray Gibson Show, 617. Portions of the program brought to you by my friends over at Cars Plus. This summer of Jeep continues through the end of August. That's right, so you can still got plenty of time to go and test drive a Wrangler, the Compass, the Cherokee, or even the Grand Cherokee. Find that. They're waiting for you under the cloudy skies up at Cars Plus. Portions of the program also brought to you by American President Lines, global presence with a local home. I don't know if you've seen that around here, but also being brought to you by the guys over at Ruby Tuesdays. Let me see if I can do this right. No, I can't do it right. I've got to go from one to another. You see how we got that laid out? All right, so portions of the program here brought to you by Ruby Tuesdays. It ain't Tuesday yet, but when it gets to be, remember, 2 endless garden bars, 2 tasty entrees, and a dessert to share for one terrific price. Ruby Tuesdays, 2 for 1 Tuesdays
Hey,
offers.
do you know what time the bank closes? I need to deposit my check.
You know you can do that from your phone.
I can?
With Bank of Guam's mobile app, it's easy. Just endorse the back and snap a pic to deposit it into your account. You can do this from anywhere, anytime, which means no rushing to catch the bank and no lines.
With Bank of Guam's mobile app and online banking, we're always open. Visit bankofguam.com for more information. Bank of Guam, the People's Bank. Member FDIC.
So I'm thinking maybe...
The Ray Gibson Show. Morning talk that matters. Call now. 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
What? It's starting to feel like it's being run by the Adeloop. What's going on? Let me finish up the conversation here real quick about going to Ruby Tuesdays and trying the stuff out. They've got a couple of fantastic deals, up to and including, as I said, the Endless Garden Bars, 2 entrees, dessert to share, one terrific price, $25.99 all day, every day. Tuesday, something to look forward to tomorrow at Ruby Tuesdays. Music swell. Let it swell now. Let's go. 6:20 in the morning. It is the Ray Gibson Show on 93.3 The Point. My name is Ray Gibson. Just crazy thrilled to be here with you here at APL. Easy now. Here at where was I saying? I was going to say something about how we were getting started here in the program. Oh, anyway, crazy thrilled to be here with you on a what is it, Monday morning? You can tell with all the commercials starting by themselves that it is a Monday. Must have got some kind of glitch in the system, some kind of boogeyman playing around with stuff. Not surprising because of the kind of weather that we have around here. Every once in a while, I get a little voltage thing, and the computer might need to get reset. But I'm not. You know what? I'm not going to worry about that. I'm not going to worry about it because I'm here. I got a working microphone, and I got partners to help out in the program. Michael Knight's going to be slaving away over a hot microphone in there. You can reach out to him and call 888-8888. That's 888-8255. No, wait a second. What is the phone number around here? I had it right the second time. 8255-888-TALK. Almost feels like a long weekend for me as well, doesn't it? And then we got the amazing and incredible Kevin Kerrigan from the Guam Daily Post, who's days and days worth of a lot of activity having to do with a bunch of interesting stories that we had on Friday morning, and some developments since then. I think the most interesting, and certainly for me the most amusing piece of paperwork that I had that I'd gotten was not necessarily paperwork, but a piece of audio that you had sent about a conversation that you had with Governor Leon Guerrero at the where was that? You were at. You were over at Adelope?
Yeah.
Some proclamation thing?
Yeah, just after. She spoke just after proclamation signing.
And you were able to get up with her and talk to her about the Esther Agagi pay raise thing.
Indeed.
It's hard to how do we want to describe the scenario, the incident? What's the appropriate way that we refer to this?
Bob?
It's just I told you it was going to work out that way, right? Didn't I say what was going to happen? I told you on Friday that this will be the truth of it, and the truth of it is the paperwork originated somewhere, but it did go through Adelope and did get a signature from Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio.
But it was a mistake.
But you know, once it's got the signature of Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio, how is anybody to know that a mistake had been committed? This is the second highest ranking member of our elected community around here. Surely before it got to his desk, it had been vetted. They'd taken a look at it and made sure that was it Laura Lee Crisostomo? Is that the genesis of it? Laura Lee's been in the government for a long time. She knows how things work. Certainly knows how things work over at through the Department of Administration.
She's now the quartermaster at the Guard.
Interesting, right? So you got and so like I said, here's what happened. Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio signs off on the thing, and everybody, the island loses its mind, and they fabricate some kind of story about how there was a failure in the process, steps that should have been taken that didn't get taken, or maybe steps that did get taken that should not have been taken. And well, we find ourselves in this unhappy place here. Well, yeah, the veil of tears over the government of Guam as everybody is, and poor Janella has to fall on the sword. But you know, I see what she's making. I said, you know, if you got to fall on the sword, make it a gold sword. What's the kind they use in? Is it Varillian steel that they use in the Game of Thrones? I can't remember, but anyway, that's what is playing around in my head. So it will play the audio. Actually, today is 2 times Leon Guerrero I know what you're thinking. How did we get so lucky? Did we get Auntie Lou 2 times here? Auntie Lou is on twice because I'm going to play the audio that Kevin Kerrigan found on Friday at the governor's office so that you can hear what she had to say to Kevin. Other journalists were there. Chris Barnett was in there, so you're going to hear his voice on it as well. I want to say it was Chris among the first that saw the paperwork start to go out. And questioning what was going on with this whole pay raise situation, considering how everybody else seems to be, and Ken Leon Guerrero will say it. Actually, I got a piece of video from Ken Leon Guerrero, and I was looking at it this morning. And Ken, I gotta say, if you want me to play your videos on the program, you got to make them shorter, bro. You got to give me the Cliff Notes version of your manifesto, because otherwise, it's a 34-minute piece that you did. And I don't disagree. I do a talk radio show for 4 hours a day. So obviously there's lots to talk about, but you got to give me the red meat here. You got to give me the Ray Gibson Show version of Ken Leon Guerrero. We'll run it for about 3.5 minutes, 4 minutes, something like that, and just to get some people, the wheels turning around in the head. Anyway, 6:24 in the morning. Lots more to take care of. I'm going to assume I might be able to do this here at 6:24, and a chance to say good morning to all of the other important people that make this show so fun.
Sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name, and they're always glad you came. You want to be where you can see our troubles are all the same. You want to be where everybody knows your name.
Ismael in first place is Pat and Norma Jean. I got James Howard online. John Ray is hanging out with us. JB St-Nicholas, John Barcina St-Nicholas out there. Sandra De Leon says Hafa de Guahan. I got Landon Nadler is online this morning. Nice to see you there, bud. Cousin Troy Torres at number 8. Anita Muffness with the pretty Valentine's eyes. And Kelly Rodriguez, who was having a little bit of Monday on her computer. She couldn't figure out why she could hear me twice. Now, normally that's not a bad thing, but apparently it was kind of distracting, and so the 2 windows open, and that solved the problem. I immediately launched into what the heck is going on mode when I saw that, but did realize that the problem was not necessarily with my system. Anyway, Kelly, good to have you there. I got other names of friends that are hanging out with me. I see Greg Karabrock there, Auntie Lou Sanchez, Mark Mendiola from the Department of Education, Pam Duvall. Did anybody read the manifesto these dudes programmed, man? MK, Ultra Style. Yeah, I didn't read any of, if there was a manifesto online, I didn't read it. I heard that there was one with a reference to the Lorax in the Lorax movie, there's something about globalization and business, rampant business. So I don't know. It's some crazy thing, and I'm trying to figure out maybe it's just a case of crazy guys with guns. Pam Duvall's there. Adonis Mendiola's hanging out. Rico Blancaflor online. Mark Mendiola. And this might be a response to my question. Kadu in Mangilaw is open today. For sure, I'm stopping there to get some good kadu. And I'm asking the question, trying to make the connection, and maybe one of my older Chamorro friends will be able to answer this. Is there a connection between kadu and kaduku? The same 4 letters, so you'd think maybe there is a question about it. Maybe you can be kaduku for kadu. I don't know. Nick Perlowski's online. Rose Greeno is there. Simon Sanchez is online. Si, I may be reaching out to you at some point this morning to get your thoughts on a new bill that has been introduced over at the legislature, Clint Rigel's Bill number 188. And Bill number 188, it seems to me, is designed to ban the practice of back billing in the government of Guam. I admit I have not read it yet. I didn't read it yet, but if you're looking around for something to do before the phone rings, could want to do that is get your hands on a copy of it and see what's in it and whether or not these are things that the legislature can even do. Can the legislature have this question based on the powers and the authorities and the responsibilities of the Consolidated Commission on Utilities? Number one, and number two, how would that factor in relation to, as you brought up many times before, we got people that we owe money to. We got guys out there that are holding notes for the government of the Guam Power Authority and GWA. Would that have an impact on those agreements and those covenants? Let's see what we've got. James Lester Lanzo saying, ugh, good morning. Yes, and Monday lands with a thud, doesn't it? Bill Pettit is there. Good to see you. James Howard talking about classic CYA tactics and BS. Let me think. That could be one of 3 or 4 different topics that we're talking about here. Kelly says, John Robert Evangelist says, sir, yes, sir, family is in Dayton, Ohio. Felix Regis is on. Randy Kruger's there. Evergreen, South. And one of these days I'm going to get down to where you are. Maria Hernandez is online. I see Eunice Mendiola. Good morning, Lillian Cruz and Tracy Limtiaco. Charlene Marcia Show is there. Ray Cruz said, wet morning. Yeah, wet weekend. The sun didn't bother coming up very hard yesterday, but most of the morning. And as I said, I've been. I tweaked my back somewhere. Don't ask me why I still ran a 10K and went hiking. Don't ask me, but still, because you know what, I had to, because I'm not one of those guys that is comfortable with the idea of recovering. Because if I'm just laying on the couch watching TV, I feel like I'm being lazy. So I didn't want to do that. So I got some activities on over the weekend. It's possible that could have affected the rate of recovery of my back. At any rate, though, I did notice because I woke up early because it was Sunday. And the sun wasn't out, and I could hear the rain falling, and so I dozed back off to bed, took a pill for the back, dozed off back to bed, woke up, I don't know, an hour later, and the sun should have been up already, but it still was dark outside, and still lots and lots of rain falling down. I wonder what the number is as far as inches is concerned. Anybody know what we got yesterday?
They're talking somewhere between 4 and 7 inches have fallen in different parts of the island since Friday.
Bad. Yeah. Not bad at all.
And we're probably looking at another 3, maybe 3 to 5 inches before Wednesday is done. So.
Yeah. Well, I mean, what's the prediction for today with as much cloud cover as we got?
Yeah, the biggest problem right now is the soils, which were bone dry just around Wednesday of last week, are now saturated. And so the water is just running right off the land into the streets. So you got a lot of flooding going on. Watch out. And again, if you're outside, just don't be up in the mountains and things like that, because these showers they hit hard, they're heavy. It's tropical rain.
We can get flash floods up there.
Yeah, you will get into a mess. And it's really not a great day to be off island either, because you got surf advisories for the south and west facing shores due to that strong southwest fetch. And you also have some 9 to 11 foot seas offshore, so the small craft need to just stay in port.
Stay in town. Eric Carlson's on the line, says, looks like it's leave the lieutenant governor out to dry day. Joe Blas, half a day to you. Is that Major Joe? Yes, it is. Lillian Cruz says, wet, Buenos Way, Kevin and Michael. Randy Kruger, thumbs up. Tim Lahan is there. Lynn Vince Borapolino says, ha, sounds like Adeloop with the premature button pressing going on. Sure did. Who else is playing around? James Howard, Frank Taito, Nick Perlosky, Colleen Tabilas. Still haven't gotten around to running around these days with you, dear. John Robert Evangelista, we all know it was another exaggerated mistake. What did I say? What did I say? Here I am. This is the exaggeration station. Troy Torres asking Mark Mendiola, what's the email address? You better give it up. Troy has ways to find things out. The other Governor, Leon Guerrero, Ken LG is online. Marianne Tyron St. Nicholas. Laura Lee Crisosimo, didn't she have issues while she was at Guam EPA? Interesting. Let me look that up. Let me see if there's something to that. Tony and Annette and Pinko added there. Jackie Cruz, Carlos Barreto is online and wishing us a good morning to Ray and Team Point. Well, it's good to have everybody online. Good to know that the majority of us started the weekend and finished the weekend. We're all back together here again today. What else is there to talk about? You know, I got a full page in the table of contents, all kinds of little clippy things that I got out in the newspaper. But one thing before we get into the headlines. It's the football pick'ems deal, and I got myself all signed up on Friday, so I will be participating in a non-competitive manner with Michael Knight and Blake Watson to help inspire you. Now we've got a couple of things going on in this, and I'll tell you what they are in a second. But the most important thing, and this is something you need to ponder right now as I'm talking about it. We'll give you the instructions on how to sign up, but maybe the most important thing that you will need to sign up is not the password, is not the group number. We'll give that to you. You need a cool nickname for the group. So ponder that. It's 6:32 right now, and time for headlines from the Guam Daily Post. Here's Kevin Kerrigan.
Half a day and good morning, Guam. In the headlines from the Guam Daily Post this morning, Senator Clint Rigel has proposed banning the Guam Power Authority and the Guam Waterworks Authority from back billing its customers. Guam law allows the utilities to issue back bills for water and electric service used by customers who were not billed because of faulty meters, among other reasons. Back bills are based on a customer's prior average monthly usage. In a news release, Senator Rigel said he introduced Bill number 188 to prevent both GPA and GWA from back-billing customers after fielding numerous complaints from throughout the community, and after an oversight hearing with GPA, Senator Rigel said he determined that back-billing is unfair and should be banned. The construction of walkway canopies at 3 public schools is ongoing as the Guam Department of Education prepares to begin classes next week on Tuesday. The canopy replacements at LBJ Elementary, Marcel Saban Elementary, and Agatha Johnson Middle School total a little more than $1.5 million being paid for by the U.S. Department of Interior. The canopy replacements have been a long time in coming. The older canopies were rusting, coming apart, and posing safety issues, according to Guam DOE. The canopy replacements are among other maintenance issues at the island's public schools, including the replacement and repair of fire alarms at 34 schools and site drainage issues at Untalan Middle School. Thomas Remengesau Sr., the 4th President of the Republic of Palau, died over the weekend on Saturday at the age of 89. He died at his home in Koror, surrounded by his children and other relatives, according to a news release from the government of Palau. Remengesau Sr. was elected vice president in 1985 and served until 1988. During his tenure, he had to step up to the presidency twice, first in 1985 after the assassination of President Harold Remelik, and again in 1988 after the death of President Lazarus Salih. The former president's oldest son is now the current president of Palau, Tommy Remengesau Jr. For these stories and more, log on to postguam.com or pick up a copy of today's Guam Daily Post.
We'll do 6:35 is iConnect time. Call them up at 888-8888 and ask them about great plans they've got to save you some money on your mobile and internet. Here at APL, our core values give the company its heart and soul. Whether it's connecting your business with our global network through our newly enhanced service or investing our efforts into giving back to the community, APL is committed to serving you. We humbly honor the opportunity to find innovative solutions for you and your business. To learn more about our enhanced service, call 588-4651 or visit www.apl.com/Guam for more details. I got the Wendy's $5 Biggie Bag here, the perfect back-to-school meal for kids and parents. On the go, get back to school with Biggie value for just $5. Enjoy a big bacon double stack, 4-piece nuggets, fries, and a drink. Did you hear the part where I said it's just $5? Got hungry kids? No problem. Fill them up with a $5 Biggie Bag at Wendy's. Now that's better.
Hey, do you know what time the bank closes? I need to deposit my check.
You know you can do that from your phone.
I can?
With Bank of Guam's mobile app, it's easy. Just endorse the back and snap a pic to deposit it into your account. You can do this from anywhere, anytime, which means no rushing to catch the bank and no lines.
With Bank of Guam's mobile app and online banking, we're always open. Visit bankofguam.com for more information. Bank of Guam, the People's Bank. Member FDIC.
Well, what did Pam say? Is it raining up in the Jigo area? Yeah, it looks like maybe it is affecting some amount of traffic, especially if you're trying to come into or get out of that intersection into the primary village of Jigo. Well, what I like to call the old side of town. And then you go southbound Marine Corps Drive, not so bad. A little bit busy north and southbound around the intersection of 1 and 3. Running clear at 1 and 16. Most of that roadway is looking good. Don't know why, but I got a big slowdown over by the rental area at in front of the Guam International Airport. It got traffic in both directions and very, very slow moving towards the Home Depot intersection. Once you're past that, you should be all right. All the way out to Marine Corps Drive. Don't see a whole lot happening there. Traffic starting to busy up just a little bit coming off of Route 14B onto Marine Corps Drive over at the 76 Circle K. Looking pretty good over at the ITC building. And then I start to scooch down, starting to build up a little bit in front of Big Navy in Sumai. 637, that's right now traffic here on The Point.
65 years ago, Bank Pacific opened its doors to our community. As we celebrate, we offer you a special 65th anniversary personal loan rate for as low as 4.65% for travel, back to school, a wedding. Do whatever you want with the money. We just want to give it to you for as low as 4.65% APR. It's our birthday present to you.
Bank Pacific, where others put branches. wishes, replace roots.
Equal Opportunity Lender, member FDIC, conditions apply.
News to fill your mind. Talk to get it out. The Ray Gibson Show.
Of 93.3 The Point. It is 6:38, almost 6:39, and there's a bunch of stuff on the table of contents that I will get around to getting around to. What do we got? This is the bill that I'm looking for, Bill number 188, which would prevent the Guam Power Authority and GWA from being able to back bill you, especially if the problem has to do with ugly meters that they've got and faulty meters that have need to get replaced. What's the number here? 25% of the meters that they've got over at GWA aren't functioning to the degree, and so they'll pull them out of service. They'll bench them and say, okay, we got another bad one. In the meantime, the numbers are estimated, and then there's back billing ideas and all this other stuff. And it is a consumer issue. It's been brought up, and I tell you what, I think the numbers here are just the things that bother people. Is when it comes into this back billing, it always feels like based on what I'm seeing on Facebook, social media, etc. Based on what I see there, it never looks like what you've currently been paying with. So I'm kind of curious. So I'm looking over the bill right now, and it's most of the rest of the Guam Code annotated, going back into Chapter 12, Title 12, and then it goes into the different sections. 12-128 on back billing. All of that has been crossed out, and you scan down the piece of legislation, we get to 12-127, and most of that is blacked out. It says, except as provided for, period. That's all struck out. Now, new language, neither the Guam Waterworks Authority nor the Guam Power Authority may bill consumers for consumption based on estimated usage. All estimated bills shall clearly reflect that they are based on estimated readings after July 1st, 1994. All estimated billings permitted pursuant to this section shall be allowed only if the PUC has approved the comprehensive billing plan permitting estimated readings as permitted by said sections, and has established a formula for determining the estimated bills, and has established a formula to ensure that all under and overestimated bills be fully adjusted for actual usage at the next subsequent billing based on actual usage. Goes into effect upon enactment. There's a severability clause because it should have a severability clause. And as I say, that looks like the brunt of it. You got the first part of it that takes any of the language that was applicable to back billing at GPA and GWA and virtually eliminates it. Simon Sanchez on the line from the Consolidated Commission on Utilities. Don't know if you've had a chance to review that piece of legislation. What are your thoughts, Si? Good morning.
Good morning, Ray. Good morning. What a wet weekend. Good for the aquifer, but hopefully everybody got through dry and safe, and everybody get to work safely today. My
electric bill's going to go down for at least a couple of days. I didn't need the air conditioning. I didn't take a bath, so I didn't use any hot water. So I got that going for me.
Well, I mean that's what happens. The lament of the hot, dry season is now being replaced by the wonderful coolness of the rainy season, and that will lower your power bill, and that's just sort of the way Mother Nature and energy works. But in fairness to the senator, I haven't had a chance to read the bill, but I spoke with him about it. He's raised the issue from the beginning, and there's a number of concerns. The main concern is, first off, remember that utilities are provided, first off, they're publicly owned. There's no GPA or GWA that is some third party that exists in a world. GPA and GWA are all of us ratepayers. And the whole theory of ratepayer and rates is that you should pay for the impact you create on the system for the amount of energy or water that you use. And that's the first principle. Everyone tries to pay their fair share. And then the second principle is that unlike most commodities, and this is where I think Senator Rogel still fails to understand the difference between the way you are billed for your utilities and the way you are billed for most other things. The utilities of Guam, the ratepayers of Guam that own Guam Power Authority, Guam Waterworks Authority, advance to all of us. Right now, you're getting water and power. You're not having to prepay for it, like when you go to a grocery store and you buy chicken, you pay for the chicken, you walk out with a chicken. Right now, you get free power and water. All of us are not free. I'm sorry, you're getting power and water. All of us are consuming it now. 50,000 power meters are turning, 43,000 water meters are turning. Some of those 93 meters, because they're mechanical devices like your cell phone, like your car, may fail. But the fact that you're being advanced services now and you're only billed once a month creates a situation that every utility in the United States and in Europe and the free world recognizes that if we're going to provide the service before you pay for it, and the mechanical device that fails to measure your consumption fails, there needs to be a mechanism that needs to recognize, hey, you still got the water or you still got the power. Your meter may have failed, but you still got the service. So what's the fairest way to try to get that service paid for? Because the reason you want you to pay for your water bill is if you don't pay for your water bill, then all your other neighbors are going to pay for it. That it just so happens that your meter failed, so now you get free water this month, and all the rest of us have to pay for your water.
Well, I don't know that it's people trying to get out from underpaying for it, because the meter failed. I think there were some questions from, as I said, it doesn't happen to me very often, but it certainly happened to a bunch of people in social media that were complaining that those estimated bills seemed to be much higher, and they seemed to be. It seemed to them that it went over what do you got, a 4-month grace period?
Well, the 4 months is the most you can go back. And ironically, if you research all the states, we haven't found a state that doesn't prevent back billing. Why? Because they recognize that you're getting the service first and then you're paying for it after the fact. And that during that period that you're getting services, how do you pay for that if your meter fails? Well, you're going to have to estimate it. And we're only allowed to go back 4 months. And there's been a system in place since the 90s, and that law that he's amending is a law that we copied from the United States. In fact, one of the things I challenged Senator Rogel is find us a community that doesn't allow back billing, because we haven't found one yet. Connecticut allows you to go back 2 years. We just found that out. So we will present to the legislature. I think the whole issue is what's fair. Is it fair that just because your meter failed, that you get a free water or power that month because your meter failed, and all your neighbors have to pay for the cost of that water and power? That's the second piece of why back billing exists as a best practice in the best run utilities around the world. And we're trying to run our utilities like good utilities. And we haven't found a utility that isn't allowed to back bill, because every utility has to deal with meters, and meters can fail. And the fact that you're getting the service before you pay for it creates a situation where then, if we're going to give it to you before you pay for it, then we need a process that recognizes that when there are occasional failings in meters, and some of the data will show the senator is when you look at back billing for Guam Power Authority, it's actually a very small percentage. But at least it's a number that we were able to get from ratepayers as opposed to other ratepayers paying.
Well, I guess the point, at least one of the other members of the listening community is asking the question, did we just get cheap meters? Did we buy the lowest bidder and now dealing with the results of that on some of these meters that are failing? I think 25% sounds like if 25% of my system was down around here, I'd be in trouble with the partners.
Well, okay, a couple of things. First off, we put out the meters for bid. They're bid from well-respected companies, and Guam, particularly with water, Guam has gone through an evolution from Metron Farnier to the current water meter supplier, who's the largest in the world. Most meters that we use, the supplier we have is the largest meter supplier in the world, but meters are mechanical, and meters, and even the electric meters, have the ability to fail, right? And when they fail, you're still getting the service, but your meter's not accounting for that.
Right.
How do you deal with that? And is it fair to make other ratepayers pay for your water even though you got it? 99% of the meter failures that we get are under reading. You're getting more water than your meter is recording because it's broken. The meters are all under warranty. Miguel Bordallo explained at the public hearing that the meters are being replaced at Guam Water Works Authority under warranty. Mm-hmm. GPA has the same issue, and I think there was a miscommunication when I watched the hearing. John Beneventi said the failure rate was over a 5-year period. Over a 15 to 30-year period, every one of these 90,000 meters we have, Ray, in the ground right now are going to have to get replaced. You have to replace your car, you have to replace your phone. Yes, you have to replace meters. There are meters that are failing at this moment, but the overwhelming majority are working just fine. And so what's the best practices? If you're going to run a good utility with the people's money, best practices says if you're going to advance utility services without having someone pay for it, they don't prepay, it's post-pay. You need to have a way to measure the consumption, and when that device fails, what's the best way to deal with it? Well, you put in a new meter. We have $1 million test bench. We test the old meter to make sure it failed. We put in the new meter to make sure it works. And then we take that 60-day average with the new meter, and the most we can go back is 4 months. All right? There's communities can go back 6 months, 1 year, 2 years. We can only go back 4 months. And that's the incentive for GWA and GPA to catch it as fast as possible, because you're only going to get 4 months. You want to sit on a bad meter for 2 years? You're only going to get 4 months. That's the whole logic of how it was designed.
Well, let me ask this question here, because I think you've explained the part about what is fair, what's not fair. But the question that I've got in my mind here, and Phil, for heaven's sakes, it just what would happen with the Consolidated Commission on Utilities, GPA, GWA, if and it's possible, because these are crazy times. Clint's a nice guy, and he might get 8 or 9 guys over at the legislature to back his play on this, and could go all the way to the governor's office. What would happen if to the utility if this bill passes?
Well, I mean, the utility will still provide service, but this is what's going to happen to the ratepayers, and we'll show the senator this. In the last 5 years, we've been able to recover $8 million worth of back billing from our customers, and if you take $8 million over 5 years, it works out to being some 0.4% of our total revenue is from back billing. So it's not that most of our revenue is coming from back billing. Most of the meters are working, the overwhelming majority are working, and they generate revenue. It's a small amount. But that $8 million, if we had not gotten that money from those ratepayers that receive service, but their meter failed to record it, that would have required an $8 million rate increase on all other ratepayers. The GWA and GPA are cash-based companies. The cash we collect from the billings that we make are put back into the system for the benefit of all ratepayers. So we'll show the senator in the last 5 years, GWA has back billed successfully and collected $8 million from people that got water and wastewater services, but their meter failed. That's $8 million that wasn't passed on to other ratepayers, and that's the main thing I would hope the legislature and the governor focuses on. When a meter fails, it's not like GWA is losing the money. It's other ratepayers are having to pick up the costs for services you actually received. It'd be one thing if you didn't get the water, but you got the water. And now your meter didn't record all of the water that you were billed for. So what, you should just get it for free and everyone else should pay for your water? What's the logic? What is the basis for that? If you can get the user of the service to pay a reasonable estimation of the service they received based on their average consumption, that's a much better process than just walking away from it, because if you happen to win the bad meter lottery today because your meter failed,
that means I don't have to pay for my water.
Yeah, but everyone else is paying for your water.
Yeah, I see it.
That's fair to everyone else.
I see it. John Anthony Tenorio online says the old meters, as I recall, never had this much problem, so it's replaced with something that costs ratepayers more. I would disagree with that. I want to say that
John is wrong.
Yeah, those old meters. Yeah, there was a lot of leakage in the old meters.
It was in the court order. One of the first things that the EPA agreed and we agreed was we need to get a better meter program. We've been working on it. The meters today are now better than the ones we put in 2003, and we continue to look for the best meter to work for Guam. But we've also successfully been billing 40,000 ratepayers for the last 17 years with better meters. The meters, remember, the radio read meters, that's the electrical part. The mechanical part is still that meter in the ground turning, right? That's a mechanical device. It will fail like mechanical devices can and do. The fact that we drive by and we ping your meter and it talks to us on an iPad, that part is cool, but it doesn't change the basic meter that is measuring your consumption.
Yeah, water goes through it, it goes around and around, makes the thing move, and then that's how we bill.
And we found it was $8 million in back billing. I think the senator's concerned that, hey, when we finally get the back bill, I think we allow 6 months repayment. Maybe that's steep for people. We can look at revisiting that, right? But he's got to remember that rates affect everything. If we don't get that revenue from back billing, then the rates for everyone else goes up. How is that fair?
I think it'll be an interesting public hearing when it gets time for public hearing. 6:52. What else you guys working on over there that I haven't seen a press release on?
Well, the biggest thing, this is August, so the biggest thing we're working on we will be briefed on the new power plant, the winning bidder, and we will be shown that bid. We will see whether management recommends acceptance and why. We will see its potential impact on rates. So it's a big issue this month. The biggest issue this month will be looking at that new power plant and deciding whether to move forward with that procurement. So it's going to be a busy August for us.
I want to see your $1 million bench, though. I think you know how much I love technology. I think it'd be cool.
Happy to.
I think that'd be a fun day one day.
The other things that are going on is the rate case for GWA is before the PUC. So this bill may have an impact because right in that rate case, we factor in some level of backbilling. If it gets removed, we would have to raise the rate for everybody to account for backbilling that no longer is available to GWA ratepayers. And remember this, backbilling, we're all in this together. If your meter doesn't read, other ratepayers are paying for your water.
653.
I don't want to pay for your water. You don't want to pay for my water. We all want to pay our fair share. And just because your mechanical meter failed doesn't mean that every other ratepayer should pay for your water.
It'll be interesting to see see all of the different fireworks at the public hearing for Bill 188.
Yeah, do me a favor, Ray. Ask Senator next time how many states and communities.
Well, we just got it to you first, but I will ask him that.
Yeah, ask him how many has he found that doesn't allow for backbilling, and why would he change a best practice that everyone in the utility business uses, especially for the fact that the services are advanced first and billed later.
Noted. Will do. 6:55. I got Shawnee on the other line from the court, so I'm going to talk to him now.
Thanks.
Have a great weekend. I had a great weekday, and I'm going to have a great weekend, and it's going to be a cool, wet Monday. 6:54. Hey, Shawnee, how you doing, bud?
Hey, good morning, Ray. How are you?
I'm okay. So you want to talk about new services available over at the courthouse. Are they expensive?
Well, let's talk about first off how we're going to get there because we how you have a survey. You're one of our stakeholders, but beginning today, we'll be asking our court patrons similar questions on performance, court performance, some of the most wanted changes, obviously, and some of their experience. And we'll begin that at the Judicial Center here this morning and over at the Northern Court Satellite beginning at 8 o'clock. And it'll run for the next 2 weeks.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, as far as I just don't like the parking around there. It's just one of those things where somebody says, "Hey, I need you to come by, swing by, see so-and-so over at the court." I just bristle at the idea and ponder, okay, I'll just park over at Shirley's and go across the way. And I know the people over at Shirley's hate that. So I don't know.
They get crazy over about that parking.
Yeah, and more signs. I had to find a judge at the court and it wasn't one of the usual judges, a different kind of judge. And I had just the devil of a time trying to find this judge. I don't know, more signs, or there ought to be like an app, like a judge locator app. Like you got Uber in the States, and you can see where the judge is when you call it in. You just kind of.
Guess what? If you take the survey, you might want to add that to our list.
I think I will. Find my judge survey app over at the courthouse. All right. So the update on that is that it's going to be taking place now at both locations.
Yes. So the strategic planning effort for 2020 to 2023, Judicial Center over at the Northern Court Satellite. It's a paper survey, and some of them are going to be electronic. So, hey, listen, we want to encourage those who get asked by our team to participate. It helps us give us the information we need to make the services better.
I got you. We'll help push that for you. Do I have a press release on that?
I think we started with you when you said last week, I don't know if I'm going to do it. So you can do it, Ray.
All right, I'll take a look. I don't know, dude. I promise I'll do the survey. I just got to find the link to it.
It's on email.
I'll talk to you.
By the way, you are going to get a reminder from the National Center of State Court saying if you haven't done it, make sure you do it. So it's a good thing.
All right, I'll be on the lookout for that. It was just one of those kind of lazy weekends for me, and I honestly don't remember. I looked at social media a lot, but I honestly don't remember looking in my email. So if anybody sent me anything that's like even halfway important, I'll take a look. While the news is playing, I'll check my email. How's that?
I wish I had the problem on Saturday, but Saturday you guys kept me busy, and it's crazy.
Yeah, well, the thing is it's everything is in WhatsApp now. So I figure if somebody wants to send me something really important, it will be in WhatsApp. It's like faxes. Nobody uses faxes anymore, and a smaller group of people, I think, are still stuck on emails, where most of the rest of us are on WhatsApp and other social media platforms.
Well, I mean, for me, I think the reason why I think I use the emails because I know you guys cut and paste from that right into your news scripts.
Yeah, well, there's another reason why sometimes sometimes emails can be cumbersome because it's like just put the text of whatever the document is in the actual email, so we don't have to open up another document. That's one less click that we'd have to do.
Add that to the survey, Ray.
I will add that. I will add that to the survey. That's the governor's office does it too. Janella does that too. She sends out press releases and she give you a title on the press release. I'm like, never mind that. Just put the text of the release in the actual email, so I won't have to open that up and then print it out. The only thing I'm missing is a letterhead. I'll get over it.
Oh my goodness! Thanks,
I know. 6:58. I'll see you pretty soon, buddy. 888-8255-888-TALK. Yeah, there's tons of stuff going on here. Ton of stuff. Joe Cruz online there. Alan Leon Guerrero. Simon may not be a senator, but still politician in his speaking. Well, did he say anything that was surprising to anybody? Not to me. He's always going to pull the rope for the utility. Cousin Tedo's out there. Can they lower rates for bona fide farmers? Something to ask about. Ellen Leon Guerrero says, sorry, Simon, it's not about wanting to pay the bill. It's about the amount you guys are billing. All the excuses and explanations and making it seem like we as a people don't want to pay. It's just that excuse. It's just that excuse. Ridiculous to pay an average monthly water $40 to $50 for a single family of four, be back billed to $700, and suddenly with no leaks. Try to explain that. Ellen, sounds like you need to be at the public hearing as well on 188. Don't know when that's going to be taking place. Mark McManus online. Lady D is online. Lady D's got this radar. She could be outside with the chicken. She might be, running over the Payless or something like that. But if Simon Sanchez is on the radio, she goes, ding, 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 and then she finds a way to get some kind of commentary in there, which I absolutely love. Speaking of Payless, did they shut down the Agana Payless yesterday? That's all said and done now, isn't it? End of an actual era. One less feature in the downtown Agana area is being able to run into Payless and go grab a six-pack or a bag of chips or something like that on the fly to the party that you've been invited to. We'll spend a little time talking about that in the next hour or so. It's 7. It's time for Fox News Live.
This is a Fox News Alert. I'm Jane Metzler.
Hate has no place in our country, and we're going to take care of it.
President Trump at the airport in Morristown, New Jersey, en route to the White House. He's been tweeting and telephoning authorities in Texas and Ohio after 2 mass shootings claimed 29 lives over the past 24 hours. The president praised police in Dayton, Ohio and El Paso, Texas, saying their quick response prevented even more casualties. Fox's Jessica Rosenthal is live now in El Paso with the latest on yesterday's shooting at a Walmart there. It's now being investigated as a possible act of domestic terrorism. Jess?
Jane, law enforcement here say it's looking like that manifesto that appeared online was probably written by the El Paso shooter. In it, he rails against Latinos and what he calls a Hispanic invasion of Texas. West Texas U.S. Attorney John Bash says they are looking at hate crime charges.
We are also treating this as a domestic terrorist case. There's a statutory definition of domestic terrorism at 18 U.S.C. 2331. This meets it. It appears to be designed to intimidate a civilian population, to say the least.
And a makeshift memorial of flowers has popped up here on one end of Walmart, where some members of this community have been coming to pay their respects, some in tears as they do so, Jane.
Thanks, Jessica. Sad. A vigil scheduled for tonight in El Paso and another one in Dayton, Ohio, where a 24-year-old gunman killed 9 people, including his younger sister, wounding 27 others in the city's popular restaurant district early this morning before he was killed by police.
Any suggestion at this time of motive would be irresponsible. We do not have sufficient information to answer the question everyone wants to know: why?
Police Chief Richard Deal, this is Fox News.
65 years ago, Bank Pacific opened its doors to our community. As we celebrate, we offer you a special 65th anniversary personal loan rate for as low as 4.65% for travel, back to school, a wedding. Do whatever you want with the money. We just want to give it to you for as low as 4.65% APR. It's our birthday present to you.
Bank Pacific, where others put branches, we place roots.
Equal opportunity lender, member FDIC, conditions apply.
Hi, welcome to this Subway ad for the new Ciabatta collection. How do you want it?
I'll take the slam poultry.
Sure. Italian ciabatta with mozzarella. When hunger reigns, you're my favorite umbrella. Tasty garlic steak and provolone. With you, my taste buds are never alone. Savory chicken pesto, you have my affection. For you complete the ciabatta collection. Thank you. That was the new ciabatta collection by Subway. Limited time only at participating restaurants.
President Trump's anti-immigrant rhetoric being blamed for inspiring acts of violence, in this case, the El Paso shooting suspect. Acting White House Chief of Staff Mick Mulvaney responding on ABC's This Week.
The president is just as saddened by this as you are. The president is just as angry by this as you are and wants to do something about it just as much as everybody else does. I hate to draw attention to the manifesto, but if you actually go and look at it, what the guy says is that he's felt this way a long time before Donald Trump got elected president. This was a sick person.
This as Democrats call for action on gun control legislation.
Senator Sherrod Brown, who represents Ohio, said on CBS Face the Nation there is legislation on the table that can make a difference. And Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell should call senators back from a recess for a critical vote.
The House of Representatives has passed a background check. We could fly back into Washington on Monday morning. We could pass the background check bill, and people could fly back and be home for dinner. And the president needs to sign this bill.
As of now, Senator Brown says he's not heard from Senate leadership on that happening. Many officials are reacting, calling the shootings acts of domestic terrorism. Gernal Scott, Fox News.
Senator McConnell recovering from a fractured shoulder he suffered this morning after falling on his backyard patio at home in Kentucky. He's been treated from the hospital and released and is working at home. The Lion King falling one spot at the box office, the new #1.
Hobbs and Shaw. You want a war? You've got one.
Hobbs and Shaw making $60.8 million its debut weekend to finish first. The Lion King second with $38.2 million. Still not bad. I'm Jane Metzler, and this is Fox News.
Here at APL, our core values give the company its heart and soul. Whether it's connecting your business with our global network through our newly enhanced service or investing our efforts into giving back to the community, APL is committed to serving you. We humbly honor the opportunity to find innovative solutions for you and your business. To learn more about our enhanced service, call 588-4651 or visit www.apl.com/Guam for more details.
GPSI Guam is a professional services company that is a registered contractor for the federal government. They're an SBA, 8A, and Hub Zone certified SDVOSB, providing program/project management, administration, technical support, logistics, and commodities. Find out more about GPSI and how they can help you today. For large prime companies, contact GPSI if you need assistance in meeting your small business subcontracting goals at 477-3058. They'll be happy to assist.
KFC has finally answered the world's most important question. What came first, the chicken or the egg? And the answer is both. Introducing KFC's KFC AM, their new Southern and local inspired breakfast. AM loaded platter with chicken fried rice, waffles, and Colonel's chicken congee. KFC also has your all-time favorites, AM chicken and egg wraps, Southern biscuit and sausage sandwich, and hash browns. So for finger-licking good mornings, AM will never be the same at KFC. KFC, it's finger-licking good.
Half a day and good morning, Guam. News time here at The Point is 7 minutes past 7 a.m. this Monday morning. I'm Kevin Kerrigan. Here's a look now at some of the top stories from the Guam Daily Post. 37-year-old Joshua Rivera Palacios told police he didn't remember being at the Jigo residence where Keith Castro was killed, but according to the magistrate complaint, he admitted that he had been using ice for 5 days prior and the drug caused him to black out. On Saturday in Superior Court, Palacios was charged with murder as a first-degree felony with a special allegation of possession and use of a deadly weapon in the commission of a felony. According to the magistrate complaint, Palacios shot Castro as Castro tried to flee after being beaten with what appeared to be a baton. Palacios has a previous conviction of burglary and theft of a motor vehicle. Castro was found unresponsive at the home along Chalantun Fred Cabeza in Jigo around 8:45 p.m. Sunday, July 28th. He was later pronounced dead at GRMC. 27-year-old Thomas Mark Titano also charged in Superior Court on Saturday with 4 counts of aggravated assault and possession and use of a deadly weapon in the commission of a felony, among other charges. Titano also has a previous conviction of arson. Both men have been booked and confined. The $41,000 pay raise approved for Major General Esther Agagi was requested by Laura Lee Crisostomo, the quartermaster for the Guam National Guard. It was signed by Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio on behalf of Governor Lou Leon Guerrero. The document approving the pay raises was obtained by the Guam Daily Post through a Freedom of Information Act request. The governor said she did not know that her lieutenant governor was going to sign the personnel action form, which is known as a GG1, before he did it. On Friday, she told reporters, "I was not aware of this, but the lieutenant governor was presented with this document, and as acting governor, he has every authority to sign it. Unfortunately, it should have gone down to legal," said the governor, "and been forwarded off to the various players." It reveals that the effort to boost Agagi's pay originated with a request from Guam National Guard Quartermaster Crisostomo, who recommended increasing Agagi's salary from $81,522 to $122,907 annually. By comparison, the person who most recently held the position of Adjutant General, Major General Roderick Leon Guerrero, received a salary of about $81,000 a year. The governor underscored the Guard's involvement in her remarks Friday, saying they reviewed it, they looked at it, they researched it, and their information says that this is the pay scale that she could be placed in, so they did the paperwork and presented it. The salary adjustment authorized by the lieutenant governor has now been rescinded entirely, said Governor Leon Guerrero, but a pay raise for Agagi is still under consideration. She said she thinks Agagi deserves a pay raise and the issue will be revisited. We'll have more news after this.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they'll continue to be there for you in the years to come. Whether you're looking to get a personal loan for that summer vacation or paying off those long overdue bills, Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $3,600 by calling Family Finance in Agutya at 475-4545, Upper Tumon at 647-5626, or in Dededo 633-4473. Family Finance, serving the people of Guam since 1959.
We understand what matters to you because at Docomo Pacific, we're a family too. With the Now Family program, Mom, Dad, and kids stay connected on the latest devices the whole family can enjoy. For just $155 a month, get 3 lines with 30 gigs of 4G LTE data each, and endless use of your favorite apps without affecting your monthly data bucket. Add more, get more, save more. Docomo Pacific, better together. Some conditions apply.
11 minutes past 7 a.m. here at The Point. The construction of walkway canopies at 3 public schools is ongoing as the Guam Department of Education prepares to begin classes next week on Tuesday. The canopy replacements at LBJ Elementary, Marcel Sablon Elementary, and Agata Johnson Middle School total a little more than $1.5 million, funded by the U.S. Department of Interior Office of Insular Affairs. The canopy replacements have been a long time coming. The older canopies were rusting, coming apart, and posing safety issues in addition to leaking during bad weather. The canopy replacements are among a number of maintenance issues at the public schools, including the replacement and repair of fire alarms at 34 schools and site drainage issues at Untalan Middle School. The Department of Administration will be mailing out about 900 tax refund checks today, according to the latest joint news release from DOA and the Department of Rev and Tax. The checks represent $2.6 million in tax refunds. They cover error-free returns filed on or before February 13th. As always, those who have debts to Guam Memorial Hospital or have unpaid fines with the Guam Judiciary, they'll have their refund checks garnished. For these stories and more, log on to postguam.com or pick up a copy of today's Guam Daily Post. Ray and Mike now take a look at our weather.
Yeah, I think we are in for the last cold, wet, rainy days of the summer before school begins, but there are some back-to-school activities going on I'll tell you about. We'll start with the weather radar here, just so you can see what's going on while I tell you what today's forecast is going to be. Cloudy and breezy. Expect numerous showers, isolated thunderstorms. There's southwest winds 20 to 25 miles an hour with highs about 85 degrees and overnight overnight lows of about 77 degrees. Let me just underscore here, southwest winds up to about 25 miles an hour. If you've got some things outside, tarps and plants and patio furniture and things like that can fly, you might want to take a look at securing some of that stuff before you leave the house this morning, because otherwise it could end up in a neighbor's yard. And as we all know, if Mother Nature pushes something that's in your house to my house, it's mine now.
That's right.
Unless it's trash. Then I'm going to throw it back over the fence.
Well, possession's 9/10 of the law, right?
That's what I'm saying. All right, so here's the weather radar, and you can see all the oranges and the reds right there on top of Anderson Air Force Base in Dedido.
Yeah, it was kind of funny talking about the winds real quick. They were talking about the winds going to increase over the weekend, and so Saturday rolled through, and still no winds, and I was like, wow. So maybe that wasn't going to happen. And then through part of the morning Sunday, yesterday, it really didn't happen until the rain really kicked in, and then all of a sudden the winds really got to going. And we'll see more of that today, mostly during the showers. Looking at radar right now, actually, we're about to get a bit of a break. And you can see back behind in the flow, it's a little clear back through there. Something could develop in that clear spot, especially with the sun coming up. But for right now, it looks like we may get a bit of a break from the rain. But it'll be back later on this afternoon. So more of these scattered to numerous scattered to numerous showers and thunderstorms and the gusty breezes. Going to satellite real quick, got a lot of tropical activity going on right now. We're in the peak of the MJO. You've got Tropical Depression 10W Lakima. That's that blob over to the left that we can see. There's another tropical storm far to the north. That is going to be Wifa. That's going to Japan. And we got 95W Invest, which is right over Saipan. It's looking to get a little bit organized. And yesterday I posted a post in the afternoon where the radar had gone down, but I had a satellite picture, and you could see on the satellite picture that a low pressure was trying to form over the top of us, and that's indeed what's happening here with 95W Invest. It's going to track off to the northwest, but as it does, it's going to pull all this blobbage that's down to our south and east back over us. So expect that over the next couple of days. They say maybe by Wednesday things will start to dry out, but not before then.
Okay, that's news and plenty of weather again, because it's that transitional time. We don't talk about the weather. I'm worried that people just go, oh, it's not all that bad. It's not, the idea here is that you recognize that we're moving into rainy season, and we need to learn to drive through the conditions. I see a couple of people out there that have forgotten what it's like to drive around in wet and rainy. 7:14, that's news and weather together here on The Point.
Lolita Cabot from RE/MAX Diamond Realty, a friendly, hardworking, and passionate RE/MAX professional, is committed to helping you make a difference in your life and to helping you achieve the American dream of home ownership. She also specializes in commercial leasing, land sales, local residential sales leasing, and military and corporate relocation. So for all your real estate needs, call Lolita Cabot from RE/MAX Diamond Realty at 688-6743. That's 688-6743.
Oh, loving this place more and more. The best starters, lunch and dinners, priced to please in a brand new Ruby Tuesdays favorites menu. They got dips and wings and burgers and tacos, steaks and salmon. It's good all by itself, but they've got toppers that go on this. Available for a limited time at Ruby Tuesdays Guam. Also brought to you by American President Lines. APL has a global presence with a local home. Guys over at Cars Plus are continuing the celebration of the Summer of Jeep. And I tell you what, you get weather like this, and you'll be thinking, yeah, Jeep actually sounds good. I wish I had one. I wish I was in one now. Well, you can test drive one today at Cars Plus, and mighty 1.99% APR is going to get you in there, and you're going to absolutely love it. And IHOP's new buttermilk chicken has arrived, made with all-natural chicken breast, signature seasoning blend. Order that with your pancakes, waffles, or breakfast combo. I know some of you are going, but if I order chicken with my pancakes or my waffle, won't I get the maple syrup on the chicken? That's the idea. It will change your life. Available for a limited time only. Visit IHOP in Tuning and in Tumon.
Morning talk that matters. It's the Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
talking about here in the news? People still ticked off about this whole deal last week about Esther Agagi's pay raise and all of the different machinations and the wrangling and the word. What was it? Trying to take as many different reasons why this was working, why it didn't work, and what we were going to do about it. And finally, when the FOIAs came through and they discovered that Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio's name was on it, everybody just climbed up. Everybody said, we're not taking questions on that topic anymore. Unless you are Governor Lou Leon Guerrero, and the journalist caught up with Governor Lou at Adelup, because that's, just visiting the office this week. But anyway, so they caught up with her, and we're asking her some questions about how that went down and what the next steps were going to be, up to and including a question that, if you ask, I think a lot of people on the Facebook Live and the social medias, I don't know if you're going to get a positive response, and that is, does Esther Agagi deserve a raise? I know they're going to say, but Laura Lee did the work, and they looked at and saw how much other adjutant generals were making before and in other places, yada, yada, yada. And so, yeah, I think she deserves a raise. Really? Is there miracles there these days? I like Esther. I like her. But, you've only been on the job for 6 months. All of a sudden, you're going to get a 50% increase. Because somebody maybe in a state bigger than yours, with a guard component bigger than yours, is making bigger money. I don't know that it all makes sense. And a lot of times you go, well, we got to pay them better so that they're not otherwise attractive to other commands, other posts, and things like that. I'm like, I don't know. Are there other candidates that might be willing to do the job for $85,000? Just asking.
Welcome to Fantasy Island, Ray. Here on Guam, when you go work for the government, you don't get to start at the bottom. You get to start at the top.
You get to start at the top, and then we push the ceiling a little bit higher for you. Anyway, 7:19 in the morning, and let's see what it sounded like on Friday afternoon. Oh, wait, no. I was gonna play my audio. So this only take a couple of minutes. It's Kevin Kerrigan, Chris Barnett, and Auntie Lou Leon Guerrero.
Thank you, Governor. Can you tell us, did you authorize the Lieutenant Governor to approve this GG1 for Agagi?
The Lieutenant Governor, in my capacity, in acting capacity, is authorized to sign GG1.
Did you approve it? Did you ask him to do it?
No, I was not aware of this, but he was presented with this, and as acting governor, he has every authority to sign it. And unfortunately, like we said in our statement, that we have to tighten up some of our processes, because it should have gone through down to legal and go and forward it off to the various players in the process. So
it's been rescinded then, fully rescinded.
Yes.
So how could it be a mistake if the Lieutenant Governor signed off on it?
I didn't say it was a mistake. I said there was an error in the process of where it goes from one submission to the other.
So what was the reasoning behind this $41,000 pay increase for the Adjutant General?
It was through the Adjutant General's administration. They reviewed it, they looked at it, they researched it, and their information says that this is the pay scale that she could be placed in, and so they did the paperwork and they presented it.
Do you personally believe she deserves it?
I personally believe that the Adjutant General deserves a compensation that commensurates with her responsibilities. That could be anywhere. That could be anywhere from $81,000 to $119,000, $120,000, within the scale of all the other tags that are in throughout the nation, Hawaii, of the United States.
Does she deserve $123,000?
Does she deserve $123,000? That's really sort of like a quantitative kind of situation. So I haven't really looked at all the other scales yet that says, okay, so she's Lieutenant Colonel rank. This is what Lieutenant Colonel rank makes as Adjutant Generals in the whole scheme of the environment. So Does she deserve a better pay, a higher pay? Yes, I think she deserves a higher pay. Is it 120 or is it 110? Is it 108? That's something that, I haven't really looked through very closely, but
So this will be revisited?
it will be revisited sometime in the near future.
What about, is it prudent to, do these big raises when we're cutting education and public safety? I mean, how would you respond to that argument that you guys are being fiscally conservative with, the salaries that you're paying that kind
When we hired our cabinet members, when we looked at our cabinet members, we looked at educational capability, we looked at experience, competency, we looked at what the responsibility is of the job, and we placed them in those salary scales, okay? When you say, is it prudent? To me, you pay the person what you think that person deserves so that that person can work their department, that person can work their area of responsibility so that we can provide the better services and the quality. So, yes, I think if you look at the kinds of and the quality and competency of people that come and work for this administration, I think it's prudent to give them the compensation that they deserve.
Has anybody been disciplined over this?
So much.
Sorry, this is the last question. I'm sorry. Doug has to go. She's on a tight schedule. Thank you. Thanks, guys.
And then whisked away by the handlers. Was that Crystal Paco handler or Janela Carrera
That
handler?
was Janela. I know
both
her
of them.
voice.
Both of them were saying, "Okay, that's enough talking now. Stop digging. We have to go."
Every time this administration has a press conference, it makes me more happy that I did not vote for them.
So through the tag's office, so Lou is saying that the general thought she deserved a raise and the administration agreed, but we weren't ready to sign it yet. Yeah, because the word went out and the island lost its mind on the subject, which is exactly what I said happened. 7:24 in the morning, and now we can take a look at what's happened on the market and see where we all we are. Another bad day in the markets on there. Friday, S&P 500 lost 21 points to close at 2932. The Nasdaq at 8,004. They lost 107 points. Dow Jones Industrial Average just under 100 points worth of negative territory to close at 26,485. No market looked good on Friday. FTSE is down. The Nikkei is down. Hang Seng off by 647 points. The Nikkei is off by almost 500. Shanghai Index down by 40, and the DAX is in the red deep off by 380 points, 11,872. And a lot of it has to do with Trump and the institution of tariffs now on, what is it, $300 billion worth of new materials coming out of China.
Yeah, clearly Bitcoin responding to the down in the market, going up, edging upwards, $10,856 today.
$10,856, and that's up, you said?
That is up.
Okay,
so making a slight upward trend.
Well, let me look at some of the commodities and see if the commodities have adjusted the same way. The gold is unchanged, silver is unchanged, and don't have a whole lot of motion on West Texas crude. 55.54 on Friday today at 55.66, so up by just over $1. TAP is moving in the right direction for me. 68.15 on Friday today, trading at $65.39. 7:25 in the morning. Jerry Roberts in the studio. How you doing there?
Doing good.
Hey, did you paddle in this morning? Did you come in under? Did you have the staff of Jerry Roberts tarpaulin holders carry it over so you didn't get wet?
Actually, no. That was kind of like on the weekend. Ever been to the Valley of the Laddie?
I've passed by 100 times. Dave and his wife have been bugging me to go down there, but I just have not had a chance to do that.
Very nice tour. 2 hours.
Yeah.
And up and down the river, Telefofu, and the Ugum. We didn't go to the Ugum River because they said it was like minus 8 inches or something, and we were going to get blocked in there. But we did that, and they have a nice little area where they show you the ancient Chamorro hut, and they make fire, and they show you how to weave stuff and leaves, and we make fire.
What kind of food did they have down there?
They didn't.
They do what?
Well, we didn't.
What's the point of making fire?
We didn't. No. We didn't have the food.
Oh, is there a food version of it though?
There is food.
Okay.
That you can buy afterwards. But it was very nice, and there's a guy in Carabao rides, and they had the pigs and and the deer and the whole thing. Very nice tour, and there's a guy down there. Kid named, I think his name is Keith Polino, I think it is.
Yeah.
This kid is great. He is the tour guide, and he's funny, and he's engaging.
Yeah.
And this guy is just got. I mean, I'm sure he's happy where he is.
Right.
What he's doing, but Let me just whisper. His family's going to get upset. If you're looking for somebody that can think on his feet, is humorous, has an outgoing personality, and is going places if he wants to, Keith from Valley of the Laddie. Guy's good, really good.
The new press officer from the governor's office.
Maybe so.
Just, you know, there's only so many times you can fall on a sword over there and just say, screw this, and we need to bring in somebody else. So we'll bring in the guy that chews coconuts with his teeth.
Hey, he was good. He was really good.
I'm glad to hear that.
It was fun.
See, now this is exactly the kind of thing you want. You want your business to get this kind of response. You want Jerry Roberts unannounced, just going down there with family and friends to goof off in there and love the experience, and then find a way to get on the radio and tell thousands and thousands of people about it. And it didn't have to be on the radio. He could have just put it on his social media. Could have just, you know, hung out with some guys over at the back of a pickup truck drinking beer and talking about how great the place is.
I'm the kind of person who shares.
But that's the point. If you're a business, that's what you want. You want somebody on your team that is going to drive inspire others, but drive a good impression for you and your business out in the community.
Yeah. It was a good. Oh, by the way,
everybody go down there and find out what it is that Keith is doing, and see if that's something that you might be able to bring back and tell your teammates. I mean, something as simple as like over at Cold Stone where they sing while they're making the ice cream, right?
Made it special.
If they didn't do it, you'd still get the ice cream, but you're there, and what the heck, you're singing, and you're feeling good. So let's maybe eat some more ice cream.
I've been on a few of these kinds of tours, other places, and not as good. Because the tour guide was just bland. He'd done it 1,000 times, didn't care anymore himself. It was just a job at that point. But Keith, he just made it fun and interesting. He gave us all the highlights of what the tour was about. You know, feeding the crabs and feeding the catfish and all the whole thing. But he made it fun.
A nice experience.
He had a nice personality.
Great way to do a Saturday.
And a shout out to I don't know the number of the wing, but up at Anderson there were 23 people from the fighter wing out of New Orleans, and they are here temporary duty, TDY, and they were on the boat with us and having a good time, so shout out to them as well.
Oh, now were they wearing their jumpers? Because we had a bunch of guys come in on I think you were still here when they came to visit Daryl over on Boss. A bunch of guys, from one of these kind of temporary wings that are out here. Welcome to Guam, and I hope you enjoyed it, and I hope you tell your friends when you get back to the States. 7:29 in the morning, and about time for headlines, but we still got to do Jerry Roberts in the extra point. No. Yeah, brought to you by Guahan Insurance Services and First Hawaiian Bank, where it all starts with yes.
We spoke about mediocrity the other day, and it showed it as the place most people will arrive at in life and never get out of. It's the majority, the middle, average. And the question is, if I want more, what then? We'll start that part of the conversation next on The Extra Point.
It's important to have claims process that works for you. At Guahan Insurance Services, we make things simple and convenient. Same door you walk in to purchase your insurance is the same door you open to file your claim. We can't pretend that the car insurance claims process is fun, but we can promise a hassle-free and speedy recovery without any runarounds. For your home, auto, and business insurance, visit us at the Camacho Landmark Center on Marine Corps Drive in Tamuning. Don't forget to like us on Facebook or give us a call at 475-1162 or text 929-SAVE. That's 929-7283.
One reason for mediocrity is that's all someone has ever known, and it's normal for them. They see others excel and do better, but they figure that's not meant for their life. Maybe all of their examples growing up were average. Legendary automobile creator Henry Ford once said, "Whether you think you can or you can't, you're right." It's a mindset, and the only way to change that is through experience. Telling a person they can be more doesn't make it happen. It has to play out in front of their eyes to be real for them. If you're the manager and you can help people see themselves differently by giving them work that is slightly more advanced, if they stumble, give gentle correction and get them through it. Then add increasingly more challenging tasks, building their confidence. Praise them for their advances. When my manager feels I'm doing good work, that sends a message that I must be more than mediocre. The next reason for being locked into a life of expecting less is that most people are not willing to fail. We've mentioned plenty of times here on The Extra Point, and it's one of the root causes of mediocrity: unwillingness to fail. The thought process goes like this: I'm not willing to take any risks because risk brings uncertainty, and that makes me feel uncomfortable. Even though maybe I could have done more if I tried for it, no, I'll stay safe with what I know. It's okay. I'm fine where I am. Again, The way to defeat this mindset is to give the worker a chance to climb outside of their comfort zone and try other things. Help them succeed, as mentioned before. Then observe how they react to their achievement and your praise. If they're open for more, steadily increase the degree of difficulty and make sure you and they are charting their progress. Most people are visual in learning. If they see an upward tick in their work, maybe that will help them change their thoughts about their place in your business and their capabilities. Self-worth is directly tied to performance and the degree of recognition they receive from those who have the authority to give it. If you're a manager, don't ever forget that. Once the worker is willing to accept risks, show them that failure is a part of success. Let them know if they want to accomplish anything of great value, it's highly likely they'll fail before achieving it. Make your organization a place that embraces excellent failures, where people are free to take chances and put everything they have into their work, and that you'll be there with support if they stumble, not be there to humiliate them for falling short. If you ever want to be able to stop doing all the thinking for others, this is how you do it. When people fail, and they will, focus your efforts on finding the problem, flesh out the solution with the worker, and encourage them to get back in the game. Tomorrow, more of the factors in mediocrity and how to handle them. That's the Extra Point. Get out there and make something good happen today. For 93.3, The Ray Gibson Show, Guahan Insurance Services, and First Hawaiian Bank. I'm Jerry Roberts.
I wanted to riff just for a second on one of the concepts that you put in there, and that is an excellent failure. Describe.
Well, years ago, a fellow named Tom Peters, who wrote a book called Up the Organization, for years was featured in leadership conferences that I used to produce, etc., of satellite stuff. He said one time, he said, reward excellent failure and punish mediocre successes. And that's one of those aha moments. And you say, punish mediocre successes. And that simply means they're not pushing the envelope. They're not doing what they can, what they're capable of doing.
Right.
Right? So if you have a mediocre success, it's like, so what? But an excellent
We expected
failure.
that out of you.
Yeah, an excellent failure to where you're really going for something and just fall short. That is what people are looking for, because they'll come back and try that one again, and eventually they'll get it. And then that's where you get exponential growth.
So what you're saying is Astragagi and JB and Miguel Berdalia will get their raises eventually. They're just been excellent failures along the way.
Hey, let me check that script to see if that's what I said.
I got to loop everything back into the headlines. That's Jerry Roberts in the Extra Point, again brought to you by Guahan Insurance Services and First Hawaiian Bank. Right now, headlines right around the corner, 7:30 headlines brought to you by GPSI Guava Professional Services Company. Call them at 477-3058 and Lolita Cameron of Remax Diamond Realty for your real estate needs. She's waiting for the call. Auntie Loli is at 688-6743. Kevin?
Half a day and good morning, Guam. And the headlines from the Guam Daily Post this morning: the Department's of Park and Recreation Historic Preservation Office has rejected the military's proposed mitigation plan for the two most recently discovered historical sites on the grounds of the live fire training range complex under construction on Northwest Field at Anderson Air Force Base. A news release Friday from the Preservation Office states Acting SHPO rejects inadvertent discoveries work plan. The acting SHPO is Patrick Lujan. His name is not mentioned in the release. However, on Thursday, Lujan told the Guam Daily Post that both sites appear to be similar to previous findings in the area. The Friday release from his office states, our office has concluded that we do not agree with the suggested methodology within the draft work plan, and a more thorough archaeological investigation of these areas cannot be avoided. We have informed Marine Corps Activity Guam to maintain a hold on all activities within the affected archaeological areas until a mitigated work plan is agreed upon. A hold on construction activity was already put into effect, and the area was already cordoned off before the news release was issued Friday. Marine Corps Communication Officer First Lieutenant Brett Lazaroff told the Post that both sites had been cordoned off as required, and an archaeologist had been called in to examine the artifacts as required in the area in which they were found. Upon learning of the latest findings, Senator Therese Terlahi contacted the acting SHPO and reiterated her request for a pause in construction on the firing range complex. In an email to the SHPO, Senator Terlahi expressed her concern that these historic sites slated to be cleared are bigger than previously understood and potentially more historically significant. The bus scheduled for the upcoming school year, which starts a week from tomorrow, will be largely unchanged from last year. That means some high school students still will have to be up before sunrise in order to catch the bus and get to school on time. Guam DOE Superintendent John Fernandez telling the Guam Daily Post they've been unable to adjust the bell schedule because there has not been much improvement in terms of the number of drivers and number of buses. Currently, the earliest class start time is 6:45 a.m. for JFK and Teedson high schools. Fernandez said it's a concern. DPW provides busing services for public and private schools, and DPW has 163 buses in all, but only 118 of them are operational. The agency also has only 107 bus drivers. Thomas Remengesau Sr., the fourth president of the Republic of Palau, died over the weekend on Saturday at the age of 89. He died at his home in Koror, surrounded by his children and other relatives, according to a news release from the government of Palau. Remengesau Sr. was elected vice president in 1985, served until 1988. During his tenure, he had to step up to the presidency twice, first in 1985 after the assassination of President Harold Remelik, and again in 1988 after the death of President Lazarus Salih. The former president's oldest son is the current president of Palau, Tommy Remengesau Jr. For these stories and more, log on to postguam.com or pick up a copy of today's Guam Daily Post.
I can do that at 7:38 in the morning, and that's iConnect time. Their number is 888-8888. Swing by the nearest iConnect and learn what you need to know about saving money on your mobile and internet plans.
Parents, start your child's school year right with healthiness and fun. Complete your child's immunizations, annual physical, dental, or eye exam at FHP and receive a free gift for each exam visit. Perfect for back to school. Valid from July 15 to August 31st or while supplies last. Visit their website or Facebook page for more details. Call 646-5825 and press 2 to schedule an appointment today. Most private insurance accepted. FHP Health Center, our island, your clinic.
I got ugliness staring right at me. This is southbound Marine Corps Drive, and that is between the Fatima Mobile, and then you've got the intersection of 1 and 3, and then you've got this broad swath of traffic that is slow all the way until you get past the what's the name of the hamburger place? We got two of them. We got Wendy's on one side, and you got Jack in the Box on the other. Traffic is going to be slow right up until you pass that. Anticipate that it will continue to be slow at the intersection of Marine Corps Drive and Santos Hill, and then the other intersection over by PM Marine. Doesn't look like it's going to clear up until you get past Kmart. So anticipate a lot of that slower moving traffic. You will see some slower traffic when you get into the central Tamuning area, just because, ITC building. But then again, it's been raining so much, drainage issues. Then southbound traffic right in front of the what's the name of the place? Derek's place, Auto Spot on Marine Corps Drive in Agana. Traffic in both directions at that intersection moving very, very slow this morning, so anticipate delays. You might also see traffic building over by Navy Hospital. If you're making your way down to Big Navy in Sumai, there will be slowdowns and pauses on that roadway, especially around Polaris Point. They've got some construction that is lingering through there, and then and it floods, and there's flooding down there. That is chronic, but you'll also see traffic moving slower as you get into the Sumai area. So that's what we got for you right now. Traffic, rainy Monday morning on The Point.
Mescla Chamorro Fusion Bistro brings you island hospitality with a true taste of modern Chamorro cuisine. A bistro look that feels like home. Their menu features local and traditional flavors with a twist. From their famous Calaguan Hapa to fresh ahi poke salad and their award-winning barbecue ribs. Mescla takes your favorite local dishes and serves them with extra flair that you'll only find at Mescla Chamorro Fusion Bistro. Stop by their newest location in the Grand Plaza Hotel in Tumon. For reservations, call 969-2652. Mescla, a true taste of Guam.
19 to 8 o'clock. o'clock in the morning, Monday morning, and a wet Monday morning, and there is going to be school starting this week. When Duenas goes back into session sometime soon, right? Is that today? Somebody sent me a gizmo on the WhatsApp and said first day of school at Father Duenas, and they've got a thing going on. And so you're going, wow, poor guys, they got to go back to school August the 5. Wow, poor kids. But remember that in many cases, Father Duenas is among the very first schools on the island to run headlong, Naruto run into summertime. But they've got this thing. It says blessing and dedication of the statue of Father Duenas today at the 75th anniversary of the death of Father Duenas. The blessing of the statue will take place at 9 o'clock, and that will be followed by Mass. And I guess that's a good enough way to get things started over at my alma mater, Father Duenas. Taking a look at weather radar. Do I want to do that? Do I have the thing up? I don't actually have it up, but I can get it up here in just a second so you can see what's happening out there. We've got all kinds of weather that is coming in, washing over the island right now. Mike thinks that there might be a little bit that might actually see a little bit of sunshine after the next big wave passes by here, but don't anticipate that that's going to be the way it is all day long. We are in that time of year, cool little transition phase between the dry season and the wet season. And for those of you that were complaining just last week about how bloody hot everything was, and I can't get cold enough anyplace. We are now into that time period where everywhere you go, somebody is going to be wearing some kind of a jacket, some kind of a sweater, because it is that time of year. 742-888-8255-888-TALK. Somebody asking online if I've had the opportunity to riff on the school shootings, or not the school shootings, but the shootings that took place over the weekend. And obviously, you know, thoughts and prayers, right? I mean, out to the families of the slain, and I am along the same lines of at least one guy that I saw on Twitter who's about had it up to here. Now, often in cases of these shootings, the shooter will be capped by security, by police, sometimes by themselves. And I'm of the opinion that among the things that we need to do here is after we've pretty much declared that this guy is guilty of the shootings and the cowardly murders of all of these people, put him to death. Death penalty on television. That's what I'm thinking. Because it just seems to me that there's enough of this kind of stuff going around, and we need to get the word out, especially to the crazy ones, that if you want a way out, we'll give it to you. You start shooting up the malls, you start shooting up schools. If you come out of this alive and we can convict you, then it's going to be automatic death penalty. We're not going to have a judge going through this. We're not going to have a governor that's going to be able to overturn the ruling of the jury. You're going to the chair, or you're going to get hung, or you're going to go get a needle in your arm, something like that. There's other thoughts that are in my head, and among them is I need to go to the range. There's at least one of the shootings where there was I want to say a retired member of the armed forces. I don't have the guy's name, and know that he was able to effect the rescue of a bunch of kids who might otherwise have been killed in that particular shooting. I want to say it was at the Walmart shooting. I didn't read enough of the story to know whether he was able to pull his weapon out, a concealed carry, or actually fire at this guy. So I'm interested. I did see a lot of hero stories on that as well. Anyway, 7:45. Yeah, you might see me at the range getting some practice in, just in case something like that happens around here. The SHPO is online. I forget even what the SHPO stands for, but in this case, close here to your personal friend, Patrick Lawn. Good morning, Brother Pat.
Hey, good morning. I think I'm a victim of that weather change. Once it hits the 75 degrees and below, then you know, the island blood starts to get cold a little bit.
Yeah, and you can hear it I'm not hearing too much of it in your voice. I knew you were kind of shy about going on because you think you got some congestion. I can still tell it's you, Brother Pat. Anyway, so you are the Parks and Rec SHPO here on this job. My understanding was, and it's a funny way that they refer to it, inadvertent discoveries over on the construction project for the firing ranges. And they came out and said, okay, we found some stuff. Adelup on Friday try to acknowledge that stuff had been found and then put things into your hands to determine whether or not we were satisfied with the mitigation plan of many mitigation plans that they have for the construction. There's a lot of different levels and a lot of different ways that they, quote, mitigate the effect of the construction on some of these findings. So having now framed it that way, what was the basis of your rejection of their mitigation plan?
Yeah, so basically, they're with the ongoing projects with the firing ranges, as you alluded to. So they had some findings with the clearing of the property up there, whether it's pulling of a stump or a tree or whatnot, and so they come across they have archaeological monitors in place that we've required them to have. So they have people that are actually monitoring the heavy equipment that are doing the work.
That's my understanding.
Correct. And so when they find something, they stop the machine and then they start doing, studies and reports. So based off of the programmatic agreement, they have 48 hours to report that to our office for us with a plan, a mitigation plan to review and say, okay, this is what we're going to do. So basically, we review that plan. We ourselves have 48 hours to respond to them, saying whether or not we're going to agree with it. In this case, we reviewed their mitigation plan, and it's not quite where we would like it to be. So we just asked them to, to redo it, relook at it. We gave them our opinions. It's all archaeological speak, so to speak, with shovel testing pits and all these different type of 5 centimeters here, 15 meters here, that type of look.
So let me see if I can wrap that into my head. You would like them to take a broader approach. You want them to look around a little bit more, maybe a little bit deeper around these inadvertent findings?
Well, we want it to be actually closer in testings, right? And just narrow it in smaller intervals, just to assure that what is being found could be related from an archaeological perspective with all the other ones around the area. It's kind of hard to translate, but that's basically what we're looking at in the scope of cultural resources.
Yeah, I'm going to ask you to try to explain it again for me and maybe everybody else is scratching their head saying. So they've got, if they stumble onto old broken pottery shards or these cooking pits that they found, or maybe even find some old bones from some of the animals that these guys might have been carving into up there. There's certain levels of mitigation. I mean, we know that there had been ancient Chamorros there, that they conducted these activities, but we don't necessarily need to build a museum on top of that site, right? There are other mitigation factors that they can do, i.e., let's start collecting some of this stuff and we'll identify it, catalog it, put it in the repository for some other activity that will take place in the future with these artifacts, so-called artifacts out there. So I know that there are different levels in the mitigation process, but I'm trying to figure out what level they're at now, what they have proposed, and what it is that the SHPO would like to see.
So it's really nothing. It's probably same in line with what the other findings have been in that area. And again, as you clear, right, this is, you're talking about 70 plus years of growth since the initial clearing after World War II. So you have 70, 75 years of growth. So of course, when you go back and you start clearing again, then you'll find these little shards and pottery aspects. So again, with the stringent guidelines that's set forth from both the federal and local laws, especially with the National Historic Preservation Act, then they have to stop what they're doing and execute a mitigation plan and study. So
So on these in the two inadvertent signs, the most and it's a like I said, it's a clumsy way of describing what's going on. I guess we knew that we'd find something, we didn't know that we'd find it there. So we're referring to it as kind of an inadvertent finding. But so on these last two here, my understanding is that they did actually stop the practice. They did stop the construction, and they brought in all of the mitigation specialists, archaeologists, etc.
Correct, and we're going to be meeting with them this week to go over what we feel that was, not in line with our thinking. So we anticipate something to happen, that we will be on the same page this week with them.
So for clarity, what is it that you want them to do that they're not already doing?
It's just a little bit more stringent archaeological testings and studies. So it's a matter of measurements and where they say we're going to do it this way, we're like, maybe you should just bring it closer in gap to do it this way. So we'll go over that with them this week with the Marine Corps folks over there.
Okay, so it's not like you're going to ask them to stop the construction, forget the Marines, leave them in Okinawa, and we're going to build a museum on this patch of dirt.
That's correct.
Okay.
Specifically in these areas that we found.
Right. Just a little bit more investigation, go deeper, wider, and let's make sure that we're catching everything.
That's correct.
Okay, got it. All right, Brother Pat, I'll talk to you pretty soon. Oh, wait. While I got you on there, you still there?
Yeah.
Okay, good. So we're launching into another school year. Your thoughts on IIAAG, the Department of Education? Should they stay together? Should they break apart? And what is it that you guys over at GSPN are going to be looking forward to in this new upcoming youth sports year?
Oh man, yeah. Let's change the hat real quick on that one.
Yeah.
Right now they're going through first quarter sports as they originally planned in years. So the contract with the IIAAG expires in January. So, I'm in close contact with Superintendent Fernandez, close contact with IIAAG President Terry DeBolt.
Terry DeBolt, yeah.
And Terry's going to the approach that, hey, we're going to go as we've normally gone through. And so they had actually this year, for the first time in a while, they've had sporting schedules released way in advance. I mean, way in advance to me is, a month out, which is like great, as opposed to, years in the past where sometimes a week out with the schedules will come out. So in that sense, it's good. But I'm not sure what the update is in regards to GDOE and their plans, because they still have it on the books that they will be separating from the IIAAG. So that's still going to be interesting, and we'll be on top of that, and we'll be releasing information as we go along as we find it.
Yeah, I think it's going to be kind of interesting. I'm with Terry on this. Until we hear otherwise, we'll assume that it's going to be our game all the way through the IIAAG activities into the 2020 first part of the school year. So I think that'll be fun, because I think there's some people that just want the topic to go away and we'll just do it like we've been doing it all this time and not change horses, because that's going to affect a lot of kids, going into their senior years and really trying to turn it into something.
No, and it's beyond the students, right? You have there's many stakeholders: the parents, the administrators, the fans, the people who take care of the facilities at the schools. So it's beyond that, and I think I'm expecting some sweating to happen come October, November, when we're getting closer to that January deadline.
I got a feeling you're right. I'll put that in my calendar to call you back around that time. Unless something else comes up. I'll let you guys find another tree.
Right on.
All right, I'll talk to you pretty soon.
Okay,
7:54, Pat Lujan from the Department of Revenue and Tax, State Historic Preservation Officer. All right, got some splains on that. I figured that there would at some point be, and I'm not going to say that this is what it is, but I figured at some point, with as much yak that's going on and everybody feeling like they're, I don't know, it's a degree powerless or they just want an opportunity to chest up against the federal government, that maybe they were going to say, we had another couple of inadvertent findings here. Yeah. Patrick, hold off on a decision on that one just yet. Let's see if we can milk this thing. That's, I don't know, kind of the way I feel about it. When I first saw it, I thought, oh, here's an eye roll here. 7:55 in the morning, 888-825-5888-TALK. James Schmidt online. Chris Chip is there as well. I got Nick Perlowski. He's just cranky about everything this morning. There's only supposed to be one. Now we can't have a rally cry about the tree. That is in response to James Howard saying, they found another tree. Amazing. No, they didn't find another tree. Melinda Sanchez is there. I got, wow, this is nice. Is it really her? Flora Kwan is online. Songbird. Sunny Cruz. Gwen Timinglu is online. Janice Wong. Charlie Hermosa. And Jude Remotique. I got Director Cho online. Lynn Perez. Tommy Perez. Commissioner Roy Gamboa is there. Rudy Magallanes. And Chalorna Freitas Luran. I see Manami Ijima Martin, who is online. Hope you're feeling better. I was able to get a 10K run in, but it wasn't like the best time I ever had in a 10K. I was moving a little bit slower as a result of some injuries that I received doing my Australian rules yoga. A lot of people don't realize it exists. It's a real thing. I was trying it, and I hurt my back that way. And that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. At 7 o'clock this morning, Doppler radar indicated thunderstorms producing heavy rain across the area. Up to 1 inch of rain has already fallen. There's flash flooding expected to begin shortly. Worst flooding will be at Malesso. Some other locations that will experience flooding include Polaris Point, Dededo, Tumuning, Mingilao, Salampago, Ordat, Jigo, Barragata, Zotnia, Ganya Heights, Anderson Air Force Base, Talafofo, Sinahanya, MTM, Inarahan, Asan, Pidi, Santa Rita, Hagutnia, and Umatic. What village did I not mention? Just say island-wide next time. Additional rainfall amounts of 2 to 4 inches are possible in this area over the next day. Precautioners and preparedness actions. Move to higher ground now. Act quickly to protect your life. And they accuse me of exaggeration. It's raining a lot. I don't know if you have to move to higher ground. If you're out in the jungle right now, I don't know how you're listening to this, but if you're out in the jungle in a drain or a culvert or a stream, yeah, there could be a problem. Water levels can rise rapidly and sweep people away. So be very, very careful if you are going to be doing any boondocks work today. If you're out there, hunting feral pig or deer or something, I would consider another time to get out there and do it. But we do have some heavy weather that is over the island right now, and it is anticipated to be there over the course of the next several hours. As the man said, already 1 inch of rain has fallen. Frankly, I'm surprised it's not more, considering how long it has been raining. I woke up several times in the middle of the night because I could hear the house. The pitter-patter virtually everywhere outside, and the drainage and the tin roof out in the back, which was nice. Helps put you back to sleep. 7:58 in the morning, and where is the story that I got from my buddy Willie? So I got this friend. I don't know if he's on everybody's WhatsApp chat, but he's a buddy of mine. And every once, he sends me random stuff all the time. He says, "You want me to not send you that?" I said, No. I need to know what's interesting in your head. And he sends me this story of a guy who scammed Amazon to the tune of $370,000. A 22-year-old has been arrested in a scam of the largest internet retailer that totaled nearly $370,000 by sending return packages filled with dirt. James Gilbert Quartang of Palma de Mallorca, Spain, swindled Amazon by filling up the ordered items boxes with dirt, registering with the exact weight of the product. He'd then receive a refund from Amazon and sell the original item. And you might be wondering, well, didn't they notice that he was sending back boxes of dirt? As you might imagine, there's a warehouse that Amazon has filled with nothing but returns. There's no big priority for anybody to open these things up and make sure that they've got, oh, here's that sweater that we sent to the guy, or here's that toaster that we sent to the guy. It just sits around until somebody kind of randomly opened a box and said, hey, there's dirt in here. So they started looking around for all of the rest of the stuff. $370,000 worth of dirt that the guy sent back. And it's Amazon, right? So he didn't even have to pay for the postage. He sent them dirt for free. $370,000. He was able to start up his own business. When we talk about how great the entrepreneurial spirit is, I think that is going to be the example that we use for years to come now. We're KUSG and getting you. Stand by now. Fox News Live coming up next.
This is a Fox News alert. I'm Jane Metzler. 29 people killed in 2 mass shootings in less than 24 hours. 20 people killed, 26 wounded Saturday morning at a Walmart in El Paso. That massacre now being investigated as an act of domestic terrorism and a possible hate crime. In Dayton, Ohio, early this morning, the 24-year-old gunman is dead, shot by police after killing 9 people, injuring 27 others in a popular restaurant district. His motive unknown.
We have no evidence to suggest that there's a bias motive in this crime at this time.
Dayton Police Chief Richard Beal, dressed in black, wearing a mask and body armor. That gunman wound up killing his younger sister. The police chief was asked about the parents.
Well, I think you can imagine this is a nightmare for them, and I think they are struggling, as you can understand.
Have they spoken at all? Have they said it?
We've had a chance to have contact with them, as we've had.
Police responded to the scene, killing the gunman in under 30 seconds as he headed toward the entrance of a crowded bar. That, said the police chief, would have been catastrophic had he been able to enter. Dayton holding a vigil for the victims tonight, so is El Paso, where authorities are still working to identify all the people killed and injured in the Walmart massacre. We are hearing some heart-wrenching stories.
One of the survivors is a 2-month-old, a little baby. Authorities say he suffered broken bones after his mom fell on him to likely shield him from gunfire. As for his mother, Jordan Achando, she was shot and she died.
Fox's Christina Coleman. Democrats now calling for gun control legislation. President Trump signing a proclamation to honor the victims. This is Fox News.
65 years ago, Bank Pacific opened its doors to our community. As we celebrate, we offer you a special 65th anniversary personal loan rate for as low as 4.65% for travel, back to school, a wedding. Do whatever you want with the money. We just want to give it to you for as low as 4.65% APR. It's our birthday present to you.
Bank Pacific, where others put branches, we place roots.
Equal opportunity lender, member FDIC, conditions apply.
IHOP now has buttermilk crispy chicken made with all natural chicken breast and a signature blend of seasonings. Why am I running? Because IHOP now has buttermilk crispy chicken made with all natural chicken breast and a signature blend of seasonings. Whoa! We're talking chicken sandwiches, chicken and waffles, even chicken and pancakes. But move it, Gray Van! IHOP has crispy chicken!
Run in to try IHOP's new buttermilk crispy chicken strips and pancakes for just $6.99. For a limited time, price and participating restaurants may vary.
Iranian news media reporting that the Revolutionary Guard has taken another tanker and its 7-member crew into custody, claiming that tanker was smuggling fuel. No word, though, on the tanker's country of origin. More shark attacks off Florida's east coast this weekend, 2 of them within minutes of each other.
Those who work for Volusia County Beach Safety say 2 swimmers were bitten by sharks this past Saturday at New Smyrna Beach. A 23-year-old woman took a bite to her left hand and wrist and needed stitches, while the other victim, a 21-year-old man, had cuts on his right foot from a shark bite. Authorities say that man was treated on scene. Neither victim had life-threatening injuries, but we don't know what type of sharks attacked these 2 people. It's been a dangerous year in the waters off Florida. So far this year, the University of Florida's International Shark Attack File says they have reports of 17 shark bites involving humans. Ken Duffy, Fox News.
Plenty of people brought her flowers backstage, but President Trump will not be sending any. Barbra Streisand returned to Madison Square Garden last night. Her concert, the first there in 13 years. And plenty of prominent Democrats were in the audience, from Bill and Hillary Clinton to House Judiciary Committee Chair Jerry Nadler and the Reverend Al Sharpton. Streisand reworked the lyrics of Send in the Clowns to take jabs at the president, and she lamented the fact that she couldn't sing at Secretary Clinton's inauguration. Well, The Lion King, no longer the box office king, that title going to a spin-off.
Hobbs and Shaw.
Hobbs and Shaw making $60.8 million its debut weekend. The Lion King, second. I'm Jane Metzler, and this is Fox News.
Here Here at APL, our core values give the company its heart and soul. Whether it's connecting your business with our global network through our newly enhanced service or investing our efforts into giving back to the community, APL is committed to serving you. We humbly honor the opportunity to find innovative solutions for you and your business. To learn more about our enhanced service, call 588-4651 or visit www.apl.com/Guam for more details.
Security Title is honored to join in sponsoring Ray Gibson on The Point. Half a day. I'm Rita Tidegli of Manila, and this is where I start my day, listening to the voices of our community and sharing thoughts about issues that affect all of us. It all boils down to our people and our land. Ingatan ang iyong tahanan. Protect your home. When purchasing or refinancing your home, remember to call the professionals at Security Title, just like you call Ray Gibson in the morning.
Hi, welcome to this Subway ad for the new ciabatta collection. How do you want it?
I'll take the slam poultry.
Sure. Italian ciabatta with mozzarella. When hunger reigns, you're my favorite umbrella. Tasty garlic steak and provolone. With you, my taste buds are never alone. Savory chicken pesto, you have my affection. For you complete the ciabatta collection. Thank you. That was the new ciabatta collection by Subway. Limited time only at participating restaurants.
Half a day and good morning, Guam. News time here at The Point is 7 minutes past 8 a.m. this Monday morning. I'm Kevin Kerrigan. Here's a look now at some of the top stories from the Guam Daily Post. The bus schedule for the upcoming school year, which starts a week from tomorrow, will be largely unchanged from last year, which means some high school students will still have to be up before dawn in order to catch the bus and get to school on time. Guam DOE Superintendent John Fernandez telling the Guam Daily Post they've been unable to adjust the bell schedule because there has not been much improvement in terms of the number of bus drivers and the number of buses. Currently, the earliest class start time is 6:45 a.m. for JFK and Teadston High Schools. Fernandez said it is a concern. DPW provides busing services for both public and private schools on island. The agency has 163 buses in all, but only 118 are operational. 11 buses are down for major repairs. 34 other buses are temporarily down for minor repairs. DPW has only 107 bus drivers. The construction, meanwhile, of walkway canopies at 3 public schools is ongoing as Guam DOE prepares to begin classes next week on Tuesday. The canopy replacements at LBJ Elementary, Marcel Sablan Elementary, and Agata Johnson Middle School total a little more than $1.5 million funded by the U.S. Department of Interior's Office of Insular Affairs. The canopy replacements have been a long time coming. The older canopies were rusting, coming apart, and posing safety issues as well as leaking during bad weather. The canopy replacements are among a number of maintenance concerns, including the replacement and repair of fire alarms at 34 schools and site drainage issues at Untalan Middle School. We'll have more news after this.
KFC has finally answered the world's most important question. What came first, the chicken or the egg? And the answer is both. Introducing KFC's KFC AM, their new Southern and local-inspired breakfast. AM-loaded platter with chicken fried rice, waffles, and Colonel's chicken congee. KFC also has your all-time favorites, AM chicken and egg wraps, Southern biscuit and sausage sandwich, and hash browns. So for finger-licking good mornings, AM will never be the same at KFC. KFC, it's finger-licking good.
Parents, start your child's school year right with healthiness and fun. Complete your child's immunizations, annual physical, dental, or eye exam at FHP and receive a free gift for each exam visit. Perfect for back to school. Valid from July 15 to August 31st or while supplies last. Visit their website or Facebook page for more details. Call 646-5825 and press 2 to schedule an appointment today. Most private insurance accepted. FHP Health Center, our island, your clinic.
10 minutes past 8 a.m. here at The Point. The Department of Parks and Rec's Historic Preservation Office has rejected the military's proposed mitigation plan for the 2 most recently discovered historical sites on the grounds of the live fire training range complex under construction on Northwest Field at Anderson Air Force Base. A news release on Friday from the Preservation Office states, Acting SHPO rejects inadvertent discoveries work plan. The acting SHPO is Patrick Lujan. His name is not mentioned in the release. However, on Thursday, Lujan told the Guam Daily Post that both sites appear to be similar to previous findings in the area. The Friday release from his office states, "Our office has concluded that we do not agree with the suggested methodology within the draft work plan," and the release goes on to say a more thorough archaeological investigation of these areas cannot be avoided. We have informed Marine Corps Activity Guam to maintain a hold on all activities within the affected archaeological areas. A hold on construction activity was already in effect, and the area was already cordoned off before the news release was issued Friday. Marine Corps Communications Officer First Lieutenant Brett Lazaroff told the Post that both sites have been cordoned off as required, and an archaeologist has been called in to examine the artifacts and the area in which they were found. Upon learning the latest findings last week, Senator Therese Terlahi contacted the acting SHPO and reiterated her request for a pause in construction on the firing range complex. In an email to the SHPO, Terlahi expressed her concern that these historic sites slated to be cleared are bigger than previously understood and potentially more historically significant. Senator Clint Rigel has proposed banning the Guam Power Authority and the Guam Waterworks Authority from back-billing its customers. Guam law allows the utilities to issue back bills for water and electric service used by customers who were not billed because of faulty meters, among other reasons. Back bills are based on a customer's prior average monthly usage. In a news release, Senator Rigel explained that he introduced Bill number 188 to prevent both GPA and GWA from backbilling its customers after fielding numerous complaints from throughout the community about the practice of backbilling. The news release from the senator states that Senator Rigel has determined that backbilling is unfair and should be banned. For these stories and more, log on to postguam.com or pick up a copy of today's Guam Daily Post. Ray and Mike now take a look at our weather.
It's wet. Got that word from the National Weather Service, and they're anticipating it's going to be wet for the next day or 2 or 3 or months or something like that. Cloudy and breezy with numerous showers and isolated thunderstorms. There's southwest winds, 20 to 25 miles an hour. We'll talk about that in a second as well, because I think that needs to be a component of our conversation. It ain't just the rain, it's the wind that's coming along with it as well. Highs today, maybe 85. Overnight lows should be around 77 cool degrees in the house. Sunset tonight. The sun will break the plane. It'll come over the plane at 6:47. You might not see it. You probably won't feel it, depending on just how rainy it's going to be this afternoon. So before we get to the weather radar, I did want to play a piece of video I got from Commissioner Roy Gamboa as he is out driving around. And God bless you, Roy, for using the correct polarization on your camera phone here. Got it in the horizontal mode because it makes the picture look better. And this is a picture of him driving through Polaris and that area. Looks like northbound. Yeah, it's hard to tell. Maybe northbound Marine Corps Drive as you're trying to make your way around that Polaris Point. That is a chronic flood place. They've got some construction down there right now that is there to mitigate some of the flooding that takes place around Polaris on a go-on basis when it gets to be rainy season. But that's what it looks like out there right now. Your mileage may vary, as Mike says. Drive to the conditions. Our most recent radar image looks like this.
Yeah, there we go. And we do have a flash flood warning in effect until 10 o'clock for all of Guam. So just keep aware of that. Not surprising by the video we see there. Looking at radar, again, we're kind of in a little bit of a break, although we have occasional showers and thunderstorms popping up. There's one popping up now. It looks like right around Naval Base. And it's going to cross over Santa Rita and the northernmost hills there. And well, that's just basically what we're going to see for the rest of the day today. Scattered showers, numerous showers and thunderstorms moving on through the area as this monsoon tends to bring that stuff, and it's going to be working its way through over the next couple of days. This will continue until about Wednesday. And again, looking at the blobbage on the satellite, which we'll check out here in just a second, that's got to come back the other way. So eventually all that stuff down to the southeast that looks like it's going past us, it's going to have to come back later. So that's why they say until Wednesday this is going to be a mess. You've got Tropical Depression 10W Lakima. That is that big blob off to the left over there by the Philippines. That's going to continue moving towards the northern Philippines and morning kind of skirt northern Luzon and go up and be a problem for Taiwan, China, Japan, and those guys. We also got a tropical storm way up north by Japan. It's called Wifa, and that's no real issue to us, but it's a nice and nightly tight wound little storm there. These storms really they're not that strong. They're just barely tropical storm strength, and that's just because of the weird weather situation in the climate right now in our part of the world. 95 WNVest, that's the curl of clouds that is currently over the big box that we're inside of. All of that blobbage there, that's 95 WNVest. It may turn into a storm, but not until it moves on out up to the northwest as well. But as it does, again, it's going to drag over those clouds and all that moisture over us tomorrow and Wednesday. So just expect that. If you like rain, this is your
season.
Yeah,
it's Kadu weather, and I say Kadu is not an advertisement for the store Kadu that Blake likes to go to, but the fact of the matter is that's what a lot of people are thinking about here this morning. 8:15, that's news and weather together here on The Point.
Whether it's for business or pleasure, staying connected when you travel is always essential. And now when you travel to South Korea, enjoy free data roaming with Docomo Pacific. Navigate the city, look up the best restaurants, email back home, or post all your pictures, all on the go for free. Call 688-2677 today to make sure your postpaid account is ready for roaming. You plus Docomo Pacific. Better together. Some conditions apply. See print ad for details.
That makes sense. 888-8255-888-TALK. Portions of the program brought to you by Ruby Tuesdays. And don't forget, on Tuesdays, they've got a fantastic 2-for-1 plan. But tonight, you know what? Just go happy hour. 4 until 6 is when it starts. We've got great prices on select wines and beers. Select draft beers, as a matter of fact, and sangrias, like $5. They got $5 apps as well. Tonight, between 4 and 6 at Ruby Tuesdays. Portions of the program also brought to you by American President Lines. We're talking about a global presence, but a local home and security title. Speaking of home buying, and maybe you just bought a house, and somebody knocked on the door and said, "What are you doing here?" He said, "Oh, I just bought this place." He said, No. The guy that sold it to you didn't have the title on the house. That's what they do there at Security Title. So check them out today.
Hey, do you know what time the bank closes? I need to deposit my check.
You know you can do that from your phone.
I can?
With Bank of Guam's mobile app, it's easy. Just endorse the back and snap a pic to deposit it into your account. You can do this from anywhere, anytime, which means no rushing to catch the bank and no lines.
With Bank of Guam's mobile app and online banking, we're always open. Visit bankofguam.com for more information. Bank of Guam, the People's Bank. Member FDIC.
I was going to say, nice to see Greg Karabach from Take Care Online, making sure I mentioned Take Care a couple of times on the program. Buddies over at Cars Plus, and they've extended the summer. Well, they've extended the summer of Jeep. I don't know. They can't do anything about the back-to-school schedule. But Cars Plus has extended the summer of Jeep until the end of August, so you still got time to go and test drive and then start talking to the bank about your 1.99% APR, and even go to the parts department and check out some cool ways that you can, I don't know, what's the word, hack, maybe individualize your Wrangler purchase at Cars Plus. Finally, also brought to you by Wendy's. They've got the $5, and I want to say it like this, Biggie Bag. It's the perfect back-to-school meal for kids. Parents on the go. Get back to school with Biggie Value for $5, a big bacon double stack. And you'd pay $5 for that and be happy. You'd go, oh, that's $5 for the big sandwich? Okay, good. But it's the big sandwich plus 4-piece nuggets, fries, and a drink. Got hungry kids? Fill them up with the $5 Biggie Bag at Wendy's.
Bringing you closer to the action. Any speaker, anytime. Watch and listen live on thepoint.gu.
That's right, JZ Taminglo online. Looking at the video I shot, Commissioner Gamboa shot. Dang, that's flooded. Yes, it is flooded. Bob and Connie Bartonico online. And Bob, congratulations, you placed in the 10K, right? And Sandy Flores, Sandy, I'm just going to say Sandy Flores, because that's the way I remember her. Wish you could send some of the rain this way. Be safe. Yeah. Okay, we'll see what we can do. Sometimes, but that's not so far-fetched, because even the weather guy will tell you there are times where weather systems will pop up here in the Pacific, and they'll go through all of the gyrations. They'll start around Guam, and then they'll go up around Korea or Vietnam or Taiwan or the Philippines or Japan, and then they'll get caught up in the jet stream and go back east towards the United States mainland, and sometimes show up as participants in the weather issues that you guys will have there.
Yeah, the world is connected with the weather. That's how it works.
Very, very cool. My buddy Scott Nelson is online this morning. Ivan Didasco is playing around here. Did I already tell you the Director Cho is there? One of the funniest guys that I know, Nixon Evangelist. And if you know Nixon, then you know I'm absolutely right, is online this morning. Nice to see you there. Lynn Tydinko is there. Manami Ijima. Jamie Schmidt is playing around. Flora Kwan and so many other great people. Thanks so much for being a part of the broadcast this morning. Yes. What happened?
Flora Kwan?
Yes.
The singer?
The singer.
Is she in
Hagu?
That's right. Is she in DC? Is she off island?
I don't know.
The only reason I say that, not to put her business out there or anything, but my good friend Roselle Romanes just recently relocated off island. She's somewhere she's somewhere living in Virginia as of like the last.
There needs to be a rule. So
the last week.
Only ugly people should be able to relocate. I mean, if you're good looking, I mean, if you are pageant grade, you have to stay here.
Well, I think her husband, military stationed, something like that.
Yes,
anyway,
okay.
She was at a Chamorro festival of some kind in Virginia, and she was standing next to Flora Bazaquan.
Gotcha.
So yeah, Flora Bazaquan may have just seen Roselle Romanes this weekend. If my stories are not lying to me,
and we need to bring the pretty girls back. I mean, if they're for whatever reason, if they went off island, married a guy, whatever, and then lived in the States, come back.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, they're married. If they're married, it doesn't really matter.
It's the Ray Gibson Island Beautification Plan.
It doesn't really matter if they're married.
It looks good on paper. 8:21, and it is time for Sports with Blake. What's that? Rick Tenorio says, get the pontoons out.
Like the boats? Oh, because the flooding? Probably because of flooding, right?
I got a completely different image in my head. Sorry. It's a Ray thing. Where am I? Oh, it's all red now. Anyway, so Blake Watson in the studio this morning, and a good time was had by all at the PRC's, I'm sorry, not PRC, Guam Running Club's 10K, the Tsunami 10K down in Agate. And with all of the weather that we've got right now, and I woke up early that morning, because I had to drive from MTM down to Agate. Right. And so I wake up early in the morning. I'm like, this is going to be great because the weather, and it's going to be rainy, and I get to run in the cool.
Saturday, right?
Saturday morning.
It was.
Not a drop of rain.
Really?
At all. No.
What time?
It was muggy. It was hot. 6 o'clock, bro.
Really?
Yes.
I was awake. I thought it.
I remember sweating that much this time of year.
Because in Chalampago at about 6:15 Saturday morning, it was a nice steady mist. So I mean, like it was one of those mists where it wasn't hard, but you could hear it. It sounded like a shower outside. And
then the best thing, I went hiking on Saturday night. I don't have any clean clothes now. I don't have. I just and if you see me today, please don't look under my fingernails. I thought I got it all out. I didn't.
Yeah,
I didn't. I'm just red. It was Red Dirt City.
I had an opportunity. I want to say right after we got out of here Friday afternoon, and that's when it all kind of started. And you know how it was Friday afternoon. Yep. I saw you there, and I saw you Friday afternoon. But I had an invitation to go out to out to Leo Palace area. The off-roading, the off-roading trails.
What'd you do?
A buddy of mine was like, "Hey, you want to go ride dirt bikes?" And I peeled back the curtain and I said, "Hey, look outside." No, so I didn't go. But I guess I probably would have ended up like you with no clean clothes. That's really why I didn't go. It wasn't because because I didn't like getting dirty, and it wasn't because I didn't want to ride the dirt bikes. It was because the cleanup. I didn't have any. I don't have like a water blaster, or anybody to hose me down in the yard when I come home. So I kind of I shot against it, but.
Yeah,
maybe next time.
And just saying, we're getting to that time of year, and it's fun, it's crazy out there. So if you're not coated in red dirt, at least but sometime between now and the end of the year, you're really missing out on what I think is truly the fun of living on Guam. This is why people buy GoPros. This is why we have cameras on our phones.
And what's funny is I actually have a buddy. I got a buddy who owns. You've seen those really cool side-by-sides at Cycles Plus, the big 4-seating like off-road vehicle thing. So I have a buddy here that owns a 5-seater. And so I've yet to go out with him, but I got to hit the trails with him as well.
Yeah,
so
I'm thinking we need to.
We got to go out there.
Yeah, well, I mean, do we have names? Can we embarrass him? Can we? Okay, well, we'll talk about that.
Yeah, we'll talk about that.
So the Pick'ems program, I did sign up for the Pick'ems program.
I see you here.
You see me here, and so the most important thing is that you've got to have a clever nickname. I mean, it's all fun, but you got to have a clever nickname. I don't care whether it's broadcast quality. If it's not, we just won't say it on the radio. So my nickname on the Pick'ems is Octopus Pew Pew.
Yep.
Is it really?
It really is.
No,
Nice. I'm
nice.
I'm Octopus Pew Pew.
He said he said he signed up earlier, and I was like, okay, let me look. And as soon as I saw the name, I'm like, yep, that's right.
so
Actually
you guys got it. This is the great opportunity. We're all
So
clever
great.
around here,
It's great,
right?
Yeah.
Now, we got 12 members, and I believe we still have room for more. So, again, if you want to
We'll
sign
just go
up.
until Yahoo says to stop, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think we have a finite amount of members that we can have, but I'm not sure how many it is.
Well,
So
let's find
just
out.
keep-
Sign up
just
because
keep
it doesn't
signing
cost you anything to sign up. Here's the deal. Now now we've got sponsors. It's brought to you by Current Guam, and we'll get around to playing commercials or something like that. But I mean, you know these guys is the places you want to know what's going on, where the fun party is at. Then these are the guys that tell you that on a regular basis. But I've also been in touch. In fact, we'll talk with Andrew Gale from over at GTA in just a little bit, because I think he knows about it. But I went on the radio and I was talking with on the air, Twist and Arrow on the air about maybe getting something for us really expensive. So they've got a new phone that they're going to be giving away. And I said, well, what kind of phone? And they said, well, this is a Pick'ems deal, right? I said, yeah. And so she said, what we do is we'll make it so that the winner can choose which phone they want. Right?
Pick 'em prize.
So I mean,
Yeah, so you
I
pick
get what
them
you're saying
prize.
because I hate to be sacrilege, please. I don't want to lose any fans here, but I'm more of an Android user.
Oh, I
you know?
definitely.
So if you give me an iPhone, not that I wouldn't be happy, but I'd be like, oh, okay, I guess I'll learn how to use it. But I like that they're giving the option because maybe you have a vice versa. You got an iPhone user who gets an Android, or an Android user who gets an iPhone, and they want the other.
So it's like
Cool.
that. You'll be able to know
Thanks,
it.
GTA.
But wait, there's another
another one. Yeah, there's another one.
So we're big on the pixels, and so I've got a Pixel, and I've never looked back. I mean,
You
I'm
rant
an
and rave
Android.
about it.
Oh yeah. Well, I don't need to rant and rave about it. Everybody says, oh, look at Rays with these pictures of the girls on Facebook and stuff like that. They seek me out. They seek me out for my camera goodness because the Pixel from GTA has got probably the best camera.
On the market
right now, and guaranteed, without using filters, make you look good.
And it's even got I even noticed that your selfie camera is just as good as some people's front facing
exactly.
camera.
So that's what this. I got to encourage you, come up with a cool nickname and then go to Yahoo. And I don't know. It took me because I'm not any good at Yahoo anymore. It took me a while to sign up.
Yeah, it takes a couple of moments, and we're going to do the call
I
out.
want to verify everything.
Right, and we're going to do call out for sign up just the remainder of this week, and that's it. So if you don't get signed up by this week, oh well. So go to Yahoo. If you do not have an account already established, establish one very quickly. It just takes a couple of moments. Then you will go to sports, and then you will go to fantasy sports, and then you will go to Pro Football Pick'em. All right, and then it will give you a pair of options. It will say start a group or join a group. You will click the button for join a group. It will ask you the group number. The number is 3384. It will also ask you for a password. The password is Ray Gibson. It's all one letter, all one word, lowercase. And boom, once you get signed up, you just need to come up with a cool little nickname. The nicknames we've got going right now, Brad signed up from Texas, so he'll be expecting his prize to be mailed, I guess. But we've got
no cash value, no transfer.
Let me get the.
You pay the shipping. You pay the shipping.
There we
Brad.
go. You know, we've got 12 members. We've got the Swell Swooners, myself, Ming the Merciless, the Rocker, Tao Tao, Multiple Scoregasms, White Flower Dude, West Greenbrier Hoot Owls.
That's me.
Fantasy Island, Octopus Pew Pew, Caramel Apple, and Kev's Picks. I know Kev just signed up this morning. Our own Kevin Kerrigan.
I'm the West Greenbrier Hoot Owls.
That's nice.
It's an old. It's a gang that I started in
Hoot Owls.
at a performing arts school when I was a freshman in speech class, consisting of me and two other dudes.
Nice.
So the West Greenbrier Hoot Owls are flying again.
There we go. All right. Well, good luck.
All right, looking to see if there's anything interesting in the back pages here. We got a couple of cool 10Ks, actually 5Ks that are coming up this weekend. And I'll, in my head, I can only remember the two that are running at night. No, I got the other one. There's two that are running at night, one in Tianjin and another in Aganya. The one in Aganya could get you to Osaka. And then the one unhealthy Micronesia 5K, which is taking place at 6 o'clock at the Governor's Complex in Adelup. Don't know if they're going south and doing the turn over at the War in the Pacific Park, or whether they're going to be going northbound to Chamorro Village and then turning back. At any rate, the big prize for that one is an airplane ride to South Korea.
Ooh.
And according to Bob Bartonico, I did actually place in the 10K this weekend. I didn't think I did.
Really?
Yeah,
What'd you get?
I was 57 minutes. So that's a slow 10K for me.
But you placed. And you ran the 10K.
But I might have come in like 6 out of 6 guys over 50.
How did you feel? How did you feel, though? Because, you're fighting the end. I saw your posts over the weekend, so I know after the race you were feeling good.
Yeah.
Socially
Picture
you're
with
feeling
Naomi,
good. Yeah, I saw Naomi. But, no, the injuries didn't bog you down at all?
No, just
no
like
tweaks?
I said, the back injury because of the Australian rules yoga that I'm in right now. But otherwise, right now I'm feeling good. This morning it was touch and go, and yesterday when the first time I woke up, it hurt real bad, and I thought, you know what I need? I need those pills, and I've got a thing in the. This is not sports, but I got a thing in the house that's got pills that I got from a operation a couple of years ago that I never finished. Don't judge.
Nice.
Nobody judge me. You take back people. Don't you dare judge me.
They've expired.
Huh?
Can't take them. They've expired.
That's right. They've expired. I'm not giving this. So I popped one of those things.
Did it work?
Shouldn't have. They're expired. They'll have very little effectiveness.
But it had the droopy eyes on it. They had the droopy eyes on it. What do you suggest that I do to alleviate the pain of my back from my injuries?
CBD gummies.
CBD
they're
gummies.
strong, man, and they're very strong and good. Yeah.
Really?
That'll do.
Maybe CBD gummies and some of the CBD lotion, the topical.
Yeah.
I've got
double
some
CBD.
I've got some of the lotion on me.
Yeah, but make sure
make
sure it's an attractive girl that rubs the lotion. In
Has
your
to
back.
be. That's the only way it works.
Yeah, really. That's the
otherwise it won't work.
That's the magical.
All right.
That's how it goes.
I was thinking there was another sound effect that you might want to play that Pam would like to hear as well.
Oh, from the CBD.
Wait for it. Take him a second, but he'll get there. I don't know where my producer's head's at all morning. It's 8:31. Is there any sports? Do we have any sports today?
We do. I was actually going to segue because you said if you won the race, you could go to South Korea. Already on their way to South Korea are the Mini Masakata, the U15 girls national team. That's why they're the Mini Masakata. They are headed to play in the East Asian Football Federation qualifier. It is kicking off today. That's today, Monday, at the Mokpo International Football Center in South Korea. They were placed in Group B. They're going to compete against Hong Kong, Mongolia, and CNMI. And they will kick off this afternoon, I believe, against the CNMI first game. So that's pretty much all we got. But the Mini Masakata will start that leg of the competition today here in a couple hours.
Well, we're back to school for a bunch of people. I want to say Father Duane is back in today, Academy back in on Wednesday, and then a week from, what is it, today, tomorrow, Kevin, is when the actual start of the school year. A week from tomorrow is the start of the actual school year for everybody else in the Department of Education.
Which means we're all going to have to start fighting traffic. Well, at least I will when I go pick up my kids from daycare in the afternoon.
I may be in we might be in some similar places doing all of that, and finding ourselves in car line. You never know what's going to happen. Anyway, 8:32 in the morning, and I think that's all the time that we've got to pretend to talk about sports. Again, you want the football pick'em stuff, then just follow all the instructions that Mike gave you. Again, the most important thing is you need to have a groovy nickname.
Got to. That's why it took me a weekend to sign up for it.
Yep.
So there you go.
Just worry about that. It's most important. We don't even care what your pick'ems end up looking like. And as Blake
you look good.
as Blake says, well, wait a second. Here's the thing, guys. There's a whole column down the one side of the sheet that shows you who's playing and who everybody else thinks is going to win. So your options are, depending on the team, is either say, you know what, I agree with the crowd on this one, or I'm going to run counter to the current. So that's the way it works.
Yep. And are we doing Super Bowl? We'll do Super Bowl predictions at a later date, right?
Not today.
Yeah.
Nah,
well, not today, but I mean, yeah. Before the pick'ems, right?
Bill, Cowboys. 8:33.
The Raiders.
That's all the time we got to pretend
Lions,
to talk about
Dolphins.
Lions, Dolphins,
and Bears. Oh my!
Now somewhere out there is some dude from Miami going, "No way, man! Stop making fun. This is our year. I'm not kidding."
Oh, we don't know.
Headlines with Kevin Kerrigan coming up next.
Mescla Chamorro Fusion Bistro brings you island hospitality with a true taste of modern Chamorro cuisine. A bistro look that feels like home. Their menu features local and traditional flavors with a twist. From their famous Kelaguen Hapa to fresh ahi poke salad and their award-winning barbecue ribs. Mezcla takes your favorite local dishes and serves them with extra flair that you'll only find at Mezcla Chamorro Fusion Bistro. Stop by their newest location in the Grand Plaza Hotel in Tumon. For reservations, call 969-2652. Mezcla, a true taste of Guam.
Well, gee, I wonder what kind of interesting headlines will come to us today from the governor's office. Remind me a little bit later on, Kevin, you're going to love this. As you're driving away, I think I might be able to, between you and a couple of other phone calls, get on the air the governor's monthly address. Used to be a weekly address, but, you know, it's a fiscal conservancy here. We don't need to do one every week, do we? Yeah, you get the government you're paying for, right? It's 8:35. Headlines now from the Guam Daily Post and Kevin Kerrigan.
Half a day and good morning, Guam. And the headlines from the Guam Daily Post this morning. 37-year-old Joshua Rivera Palacios telling police he did not remember being at the Jigo residence where Keith Castro was killed, but according to the magistrate complaint, he admitted that he had been using ice for 5 days beforehand, and the drug caused him to black out. Castro was found unresponsive at a residence along Chalantun Fred Cabeza in Jigo around 8:45 p.m. Sunday, July 28th. He was later pronounced dead at GRMC. On Saturday in Superior Court, Palacios was charged with murder as a first-degree felony with a special allegation of possession and use of a deadly weapon in the commission of a felony. According to the magistrate complaint, Palacios shot Castro as Castro tried to flee after being beaten with what appeared to be a baton. Palacios has a previous conviction of burglary and theft of a motor vehicle. 27-year-old Thomas Mark Titano, meanwhile, also charged in Superior Court Saturday with 4 counts of aggravated assault and possession and use of a deadly weapon in the commission of a felony as well, among other charges. Titano was previously convicted of arson. Both men have been booked and confined. Thomas Remengesau Sr., the 4th president of the Republic of Palau, died Saturday at the age of 89. He died at his home in Koror, surrounded by his children and other relatives, according to a news release from the government of Palau. Remengesau Sr. was elected vice president in 1985 and served until 1988. During his tenure, he had to step up to the presidency twice, first in 1985 after the assassination of President Haro Remelik, and again in 1988 after the death of President Lazarus Salih. The former president's oldest son is the current president of Palau, Tommy Remengesau Jr. The Department of Administration will be mailing out about 900 tax refund checks today, according to the latest joint release from Friday from DOA and the Department of Revenue Tax. The checks represent $2.6 million in tax refunds. They cover error-free returns filed on or before February 13th. As always, those who have debts to GovGuam or Guam Memorial Hospital or have unpaid fines with the Guam judiciary will have their checks garnished. For these stories and more, log on to postguam.com or pick up a copy of today's Guam Daily Post.
Yes, sir. It's 8:37. That's Kevin. I'm Ray, and that's iConnect time. Call iConnect at 888-8888 and ask them about saving you some money on your mobile and internet plans.
Here at APL, our core values give the company its heart and soul. Whether it's connecting your business with our global network through our newly enhanced service or investing our efforts into giving back to the community, APL is committed to serving you. We humbly honor the opportunity to find innovative solutions for you and your business. To learn more about our enhanced service, call 588-4651 or visit www.apl.com/Guam for more details.
Wait. I was going to say, I was telling Kevin I gotta laugh because the Daily Post in a story about bus deficit tying up the Bell schedule, yeah, that's a story. I've heard the story before. It would have been bigger news if you got John Fernandez or Vince Ariola saying, you know what, we've actually got more buses than we need and we've got more drivers than we need, so we're going to be able to really modify the schedule, get everybody on the road, get them to school and get them back. Really, it's not going to have buses on the road for 12 hours a day. we've gotten that good at. Now, that would have been a big story. 8:38 in the morning. What was I going to tell you about? Oh, go and eat today at Mescla. Congratulations to Chef Peter. Understand what, 3rd place in this national competition? We're going to see if we can find him this morning. He is traveling, so it might be kind of tricky to get him on the phone. But we're definitely going to see if we can find him today and congratulate him. What was the item that he took out there? Oh, don't ask me that. It's on Facebook somewhere. But you don't have to wait for Chef Peter to come back to enjoy this. Garlic roasted Dungeness crab. So there's more words after this on the copy, but do I need to read them? Do I need to explain what it is? Garlic roasted Dungeness crab. You got 2 pounds of the Dungeness crab marinated with a secret garlic sauce. Serve that over chow mein noodles. You want this? Make reservations. Call them because they're probably going to run out. 969-2652. Visit Mescla in Hagutnya and now in Tumon at the Grand Plaza Hotel. Follow your nose. And just go down to Tumon. Start sniffing around. Ooh, that smells like crab and garlic.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they'll continue to be there for you in the years to come. Whether you're looking to get a personal loan for that summer vacation or paying off those long overdue bills, Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $3,600 by calling Family Finance in Hagutnya at 475-4545, Upper Tumon at 647-5626, or in Dededo, 633-4473. Family Finance, serving the people of Guam since 1959.
My feed all weekend long was filled on Facebook with a whole bunch of images of the entire Munoz family getting behind Lieutenant Rosemarie Munoz as she gets pinned. What did we make her? We made her 2nd lieutenant now in the Guard. Congratulations to you, sweetheart. Know you've got it, and thank you for continuing to inspire us with your excellence, whether it's in the Guard or teaching or doing real estate and all that kind of stuff. And that's my way of saying let's go drink. 19 away from what, 9 o'clock in the morning? Is that where we are? 888-825-5888-TALK. Is there traffic today? Yes, there's traffic because everybody forgot how to drive in the rain. Not that we were any good at it to begin with, but now that you got our certain options on intersections and things like that, and the rain, well, it just makes it that much more exciting to be out there. Ugly traffic down in Suma if you're trying to make your way into Big Navy. Ugly traffic around Polaris Point because is flood there. And then we've got other traffic hot spots trying to get into and out of Vigania at the intersection of 1 and 4, 1 and 7, also moving a little bit slow. You're going to see some ugly traffic over by Kmart right now, northbound traffic. That's meeting up with southbound traffic, trying to make it through that intersection. Not necessarily flooding, it's just kind of ugly. And then we've got traffic for people trying to get off trying to get from Marine Corps Drive into Tumon via Santos Hill. That's the one over by Weston. Busy traffic there. Also busy at the intersection of 1 and 16 and 1 and 3 as well. So what the heck? It's rainy. Take your time. Enjoy the drive. You'll eventually get there. 8:42 in the morning, and that's right now traffic here on The Point.
Parents, start your child's school year right with healthiness and fun. Complete your child's immunizations, annual physical, dental, or eye exam at FHP and receive a free gift for each exam visit. Perfect for back to school. Valid from July 15 to August 31st or while supplies last. Visit their website or Facebook page for more details. Call 646-5825 and press 2 to schedule an appointment today. Most private insurance accepted. FHP Health Center, our island, your clinic.
Ooh, this is 70s groovy shopping center music playing off in the background. It's fun to hear him sing about Townhouse or Gibsons or something like that. Do I have a post from an old friend of mine asking a question? Because I was talking about school buses and stuff like that and thinking, wow, we've got a bus driver shortage. We've got not enough school buses out there and not enough drivers out there. You know, wouldn't it be great, Ken Leon Guerrero, wouldn't it just be something else if, I don't know, if we had some kind of a system where we had, I don't know, like a reliable, efficient method of moving members members of the public from one place to another, and kind of large numbers. And it wouldn't be for free. We'd actually charge some kind of a fare to be able to go from, I don't know, your neighborhood to a school, or your neighborhood to the mall, or your neighborhood to a soccer field or something like that. You know, just some kind of a method. I don't know. It's kind of, I've seen something like this in Hawaii. They call it the bus. So wouldn't it be cool if we had something like that, huh?
It would be terribly cool if we had something like that. And you know what? Because of Guam's size and the way our roads are laid out, it would be the most efficient and the most incredible system in the entire United States.
Well, wait a second, Ken, it's already got to be, for heaven's sakes. Didn't they just give Rick Augustin a huge raise?
Well, they gave him a raise, and Soba Bauta took it over when this is, you're talking about where are we going to get the money to hire these school bus drivers? I'm worried because of the precedents being set by the Leon Guerrero Tenorio administration, where they're starting all of these managers and administrators at the top of the pay scale on day one.
Mm-hmm.
What about all the employees who start now? Shouldn't they be started at step 13?
Well, everybody deserves it. Step 13 would just take a bus driver. I think maybe $106,000, $107,000, $108,000. I got to play that audio again just because the end of it is just so amusing to hear her talking about where she wants to fix Esther Agagi's salary numbers. I'm going, maybe there's let's do an evaluation of some kind or another first. Can we do that?
Well, you would think so, but that's not the Leon Guerrero Tenorio way. I mean, you look at all the managers they're putting them in. They're starting them in at the top of the pay scale. They're not starting them at step one. If they had started them at step one, Roy Respicio would be starting at 86, not 169.
Right.
Same thing for Tom Atta. He would have been starting at 75, not at 154.
Well, I was annoyed to see something else. I don't know if it's in the printouts or there it is. Yeah, Jerry Partito did, and I forget where Jerry's at, but did a story here on Adelupe's education priorities. Wage study for teachers has been proposed. This is in her address that I'll play for you in just a little bit. And the quote now is, our FY 2020 budget proposal includes funding for not raises, but for a wage study for teachers and nurses.
Yeah, $500,000 to study whether or not we should raise the wages and salaries. But something.
But there's already raises going on right now without a wage study.
Yeah, it goes back to the old rule from Animal House: all animals are created equal, but some are more equal than others.
I got you. Hey, listen, I got Andrew Gale from GTA on the line, and they're giving me a phone for my Pick'ems thing, so I got to make sure I give him some time. So, real quick on your deal.
Okay, on that video, I'm cutting a trailer, and I noticed that when I was rendering, we had a power glitch, and it blew out 164 exhibits.
Ew.
So that's why, I didn't notice it until someone pointed out that when you look at the video from minute 4 on, there's no exhibits. It's just me talking.
So you didn't get the part where you're laying back on stuff. Yeah, trailer would be good. Let's do that from now on, because I just don't have the time to play a 34-minute Ken LG piece. But I do want people to know that it exists and that we can link to that. So get me a trailer length, 2.5, 3 minutes, something like that. And just the sweet stuff. You can save the punchlines for your 34th and a half minute on the video. But get me something I can play.
I'm going to try to do my Hollywood best.
You're the man. You're the man. Yeah, you will. There's the other Governor Leon Guerrero, Ken Leon Guerrero, online this morning, 8:47, and so yeah, I'm feeling groovy, because it's nice to know when you've got a great promotional partner that you can just say, I need something on the radio, and then kind of get it, which is what happened last week. We were talking about, I need an expensive prize for my football pick'ems program here on the radio station, brought to you by Current Guam. And folks over at GTA said, what do you want? And I said, just make it expensive. And they said, okay. So I got a phone. And I said, what kind of phone you want to give away? And they said, well, it's a pick'ems. So the winner will get to decide from among a bunch of phones. This is probably the first that Andrew Gale is hearing about it. But let me say thank you very much. I do appreciate the generosity of your shop there, Andy.
No problem, Ray. We're happy to help out and chat with you.
And in exchange, virtually unlimited access to the radio station to talk about good things that are happening at GTA all the time. Sorry I missed the owners coming in last week. They'll be back again soon, right?
Oh, sure. They come through periodically.
All right, I'm glad to hear that. But the other thing is a notice that I saw that come out about Ookla. And I'm like, what the heck is a Ookla, and what are they handing out awards to GTA for?
So, Ookla, these are the guys that are behind all of, there's a website called Speed Test, and there's an app called Speed Test. Have you heard of that?
I use it all the time. That's how I know I got 50 megs up and down over at my house serviced by GTA.
Right. So these guys are the team behind it, and they're the ones that developed it. And they're worldwide. They do this throughout the world, and what they do is they when you do that speed test, they are collecting information that the speed test gets, and they're basically now they have this data source of information regarding all sorts of information about not only your mobile phone, but also your landline phone. So they do, your broadband connection, your broadband connection, right? So these guys, if you go to their website, it has rankings of countries in the world with the fastest broadband, with the fastest mobile, etc. And on the wireless side, on the mobile side, a lot of speed is not everything. Speed it's where its coverage is really key. And so it's where you are and can you do the things you need to do. And that's really what the best mobile coverage award is about. And so we've been working with Ookla for a long time because we have a speedtest.net server on our on our network that our subscribers can test. Anybody can use, and they can test their network speed. But they reached out to us and said, hey, for Q1 and Q2 of 2019. GTA won the best mobile coverage award when compared head-to-head with your competitors. We're like, really? That's great.
That's nice to know.
Yeah. And so we got together with them, and we're following the rules on how we can spread that word and how we can use that in our own advertising. But they're a really neat bunch of people, and really got some clever technology that's helping us analyze our network more, and and work on continuing to improve our network. Again, we want our network to be where people are and when they're there, and to perform to their expectations.
Boy, you want to talk about moving targets in 2019. Back in the day, and Andrew and I have had the opportunity to geek out on multiple occasions. But I remember back in the day when the idea of having a cell phone was that you could press 7 digits on a phone and press send, and then pretty soon it was ringing. That wasn't always the case in the very early days of cell phone and wireless communications here on Guam. And then here comes social media, and it's a lot of pull. It's a lot of and emails and things like that. It's a lot of pull. But anymore in 2019, I want to say there's just as much push going out from cell phones, from people that are creating content, and of course the IoT, the Internet of Things, that all of us, everybody has got 2 or 3 devices in the house right now that at some point you logged in to your router with, and now those things are pushing information to the web as well. And it's just a crazy world that we're living in with that kind of back and forth, that kind of synchronicity.
Yeah, and that's those are the demands that are created by people coming up with clever applications and how to use the technology that's out there. And so us as a carrier, we want to make sure that our network keeps up with that pace. And then as these clever people come up with these different applications and ways to apply the technology that's available, you get things like that. You get the all of the the periscoping and the Facebook Live and the citizen reporter. What has that done for the journalism industry? You see people walking around and all they've got now is a phone in their hand, right? And it's adequate. You get high quality camera pictures like you do off your Pixel, video, and recording.
Well, plus there's
but you need to have that ubiquitous coverage in order to be connected to the rest of the world.
Well, I'm digging it because, and you're right, you're talking about citizen journalism and the democratization of a zillion different platforms and a bunch of different industries. I mean, it used to be that if you wanted to run your newscast, you had to have a newsroom and lots of news people and a lot of expensive equipment, and you still got to, some of it's still pricey, but within the range of guys like Troy Torres, and for better or for worse, I don't know if you love Candid News or what, but you got guys like that are out there that are doing a different kind of citizen journalism and bringing that to the World Wide Web. And people now are skipping the audio podcast and can make their way into video podcasts. And there's a lot more people that are doing that kind of thing. I don't know that it's a video podcast, but I'm thinking about a Dear Gorgeous. I don't know if you're following these two ladies, but they've got a blossoming number of podcasts, and they're basically talking about girl stuff with girls. My friend Minami Martin is one of their recent guests. I'm going to be listening to that. So there's a lot more people out there that are trying to find ways that they can use the cameras, they can use the microphones, they can use the editing capabilities, and then start pushing their language out, their personal manifestos. And I think that's cool. So getting back to the Ookla thing, because otherwise we'll spend all morning geeking out. Who's got the fastest bandwidth on the planet? If I was to pick out a place to live, just because they had the fastest internet in the whole wide world and all kinds of crazy wideband that I can put my internet dreams into, where would I go?
Off the top of my head, I can't recall. I think it's Korea.
Wouldn't surprise me. Would not surprise me. Now, how did that come about? I mean, these guys are, I want to say they're the leaders in things like e-games and e-sports, but I think that was as an offshoot of the capabilities. How did they build in that kind of capability into their infrastructure?
Oh, they've been working on it for a very long time. Very innovative stuff over there. Not only from the landline piece of it, but then from the mobile piece of it, they've been real innovators in the industry. They even had at one point they had satellite augmentation of their broadband networks. I mean, they were coming up with all sorts of really wild and really incredible performing broadband technologies. And now it's just really they're just they're just putting fiber deeper into the cities, into the surrounding cities. LG, I know was it LG? No, was the other one KT? I think it was KT was one of the first companies in the world to announce a nationwide 5G network.
Yeah,
earlier this year. So they're Korea is a ton of innovation.
Are they fiber to the home yet? I mean, just a little bit of technical conversation, but for most places, I've got fiber to within, it's got to be 300 feet of my house, but then it's copper pair into the house.
Right.
But in Korea, are they fiber all the way into the house past the protector?
Oh, sure. There are many places with fiber directly to the home. Many, the high density multi-dwelling units, those apartment buildings, those condominiums. They're dropping fiber right into the building for their broadband connection.
Wow.
And they're augmenting it with this, nationwide 5G network that they're pushing. Now, it's interesting because that nationwide 5G network has still got limited applications on what devices will actually go on there. But if that's one of those things that they're going to build it and applications will be developed that can use it. Right.
I mean, I'm sure there's guys dreaming about it now. What would I do if I had this kind of speed? What could I do if latency wasn't an issue anymore?
Exactly.
Yeah.
You're right. That's the key one is latency.
Yeah. And they're a little bit difficult for me to describe what happens and why latency is an issue. Gamers will get it right away, but I think there are other applications. I think in terms of live television, live sports, live radio broadcasts, and things like that, we've got a situation where if you're hearing my voice on the radio right now, it left my mouth about 4 seconds ago. And you're just hearing it now because we've got a variety of systems that have got latency built into them in the encode decode process. So that's part of it. And then you've got the speed of the network that it flies on. So there is naturally a delay. I've got other parts of my systems. If you're listening to me on the HD channel, well, you're hearing words that came out of my mouth about 13 seconds ago. And the list goes on and on and on. Yeah, it does mess with your head from time to time, and that's why I don't monitor off the air. Andrew, it's always a pleasure talking to you. What's the next big milestone that you guys over at GTA are going to hit?
Oh, so we're continuing to build out the wireless network. We're doing more on our broadband, so it's gonna be deeper fiber into the neighborhoods here in Guam. And then just continue to do what we're doing, and we'll surprise you later with some neato burrito stuff.
Well, I think the other part of it is just being online all the time. I got to tell you, friends, I have not had any connectivity issues since I've switched to GTA. So I urge you. I've got the the 50 meg for $50 plan or something like that.
Yeah, we do. We're doing a 50 for 50. That's a plan. We also have some newer plans that are available in that, and just contact our call center. They know about that. Those guys know that much better than I do.
Oh yeah, trust me. Number one, they know about it, and number two, they're really, really awesome people. I've only ever needed to call them about billing stuff because, as it turns out, I'm probably still paying you 2 times a month. I got to figure that out one of these days. Andrew, always fun talking with you. We'll chat again soon, my friend.
All right, it's actually Singapore. I just looked it up.
What's that? Oh, it's Singapore. The fastest internet is in Singapore.
Singapore, yeah.
All right, yeah. See, now it might be worth going down there, but I'll remind you before you do that it will cost you $10 for a Tiger beer, and in some places it may cost you $20 for a Tiger beer. So, just good with the bad there. 8:59 and change. We're KUSG again here. That's Andrew Gill from GTA on the telephone line. Coming up in the next hour, you're gonna love it. Next hour, my friend Samantha Taitano from Maniello is in, and they got a bunch of stuff going on. And if you've ever thought about being a big, well, let me give you inspiration and a reason to want to go to learn about that in some place very, very cool in the next couple of days. Plus, I think they've got a 5K coming up as well. Stick around, Brown, the radio station. Like I said, KUSG got you. Fox News Live is next.
This is a Fox News Alert. I'm Jane Metzler.
This is a heartbreaking tragedy, and it is the type tragedy that you pray never comes to your state or to your community.
Ohio Governor Mike DeWine on the mass shooting in Dayton early this morning. A gunman opening fire in a popular restaurant district, killing 9 people before he was shot by police.
The shooter in this incident is Connor Betts, CONNORBETTS, white male, 24.
Lieutenant Colonel Matt Carper, Assistant Dayton Police Chief.
Lois Oglesby, OGLESBY.
He also read the names and ages of the victims.
The second one is Megan Betts, BETTS, white female, 22.
She is the sister of the dead gunman. A vigil planned for Dayton tonight. There is also one scheduled in El Paso, where 29 people lost their lives in a mass shooting at a Walmart yesterday. More than 24 people injured there, many of them critically, in addition to multiple counts of murder. The 21-year-old suspect could also be charged with a hate crime in what is now being investigated as an act of domestic terrorism.
Hate has no place in our country, and we're going to take care of it.
That's President Trump this evening at the airport in Morristown, New Jersey, en route to the White House. He has been tweeting and telephoning authorities in Texas and Ohio all day, praising police in Dayton, Ohio, and El Paso, Texas, saying their quick response prevented more casualties. The president also issuing a proclamation honoring the victims of the 2 mass shootings, ordering flags flown at half-staff this Thursday in their honor. This is Fox News.
It's important to have claims process that works for you. At Guahan Insurance Services, we make things simple and convenient. Same door you walk in to purchase your insurance is the same door you open to file your claim. We can't pretend that the car insurance claims process is fun, but we can promise a hassle-free and speedy recovery without any runarounds. For your home, auto, and business insurance, visit us at the Camacho Landmark Center on Marine Corps Drive in Tamuning. Don't forget to like us on Facebook or give us a call at 475-1162 or text 929-SAVE. That's 929-7283.
65 years ago, Bank Pacific opened its doors to our community. As we celebrate, we offer you a special 65th anniversary personal loan rate for as low as 4.65%. For travel, back to school, a wedding, do whatever you want with the money. We just want to give it to you for as low as 4.65% APR. It's our birthday present to you.
Bank Pacific, where others put branches, we place roots.
Equal opportunity lender, member FDIC, conditions apply.
We're now learning more about Iran's reported seizure of another oil tanker in the Persian Gulf.
According to Iran's semi-official news agency, Iranian Revolutionary Guards seized the foreign tanker and detained 7 crew members on Wednesday. The Revolutionary Guard claims it was an Iraqi ship smuggling 700,000 liters of fuel. The U.S. has not yet commented, but the country's Secretary of Defense and Secretary of State met with their respective counterparts in Australia on Sunday. U.S. Secretary of State Mike Pompeo asked Australia to join a U.S.-led maritime security initiative aimed at promoting safe passage through the Persian Gulf and the Strait of Hormuz. After Iran seized a British-flagged oil tanker on July 19th, the U.S. began to try and convince allies to join what's known as Operation Sentinel.
Fox's Ellison Barber. A massive power outage affecting millions. It's blacking out Indonesia's capital of Jakarta. Cell phone and subway service disrupted. ATMs are out of commission. It's not a sequel. It's a spinoff. It's also number 1.
The first spinoff of the 18-year-old Fast and Furious franchise, Hobbs & Shaw, earned over $180 million in its worldwide debut, defeating a king. Hobbs & Shaw teams Dwayne Johnson's federal agent, Luke Hobbs, and mercenary Deckard Shaw, Jason Statham.
Look at you. I'm trying to save the world, which, for the record, will be my 4th time. Because I'm really good at it.
Hobbs & Shaw had a strong opening that dethroned The Lion King after a 2-week reign at number 1. Lion King is now in 2nd place.
Simba, you must remember who you are.
Coming in 3rd, Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. Debbie Hanley, Fox News.
And I'm Jane Metzler, and this is Fox News.
We understand what matters to you because at Docomo Pacific, we're a family too. With the Now Family program, mom, dad, and kids stay connected on the latest devices the whole family can enjoy. For just $155 a month, get 3 lines with 30 gigs of 4G LTE data each, and endless use of your favorite apps without affecting your monthly data bucket. Add more, get more, save more. Docomo Pacific, better together. Some conditions apply.
I got 9:05 in the morning, the Ray Gibson Show on 93.3, The Point. It is Monday morning, and if you're looking for something to look forward to, well, happy hour. We're going to do happy hour tonight over at Ruby Tuesdays. The kids love it when mommy's drunk. Anyway, so swing by. Don't get drunk. It's just happy hour, guys. You know, it's just Monday night over at Ruby Tuesdays between 4 and 6. We got like around $5, right? You can get select beers, draft beers, and wines and sangrias. I got the Ruby Relaxer and all kinds of other stuff. Appetizers are selling for about $5 as well at Ruby Tuesdays happy hour tonight, starting, as I said, about 4 o'clock. Portions of the program also brought to you by American President Lines, a global presence, but a local home. And Summer of Jeep goes until the end of August over at Cars Plus up in Mighty. I don't know about you. You know, you say Jeep, and I know that they've got a Compass. I know they've got Cherokees. I have a friend that drives a Cherokee. But for me, when you say Jeep, I say Wrangler. And they got a bunch of Wranglers there, Sport 4xs, 1.99% APR, get you behind the wheel of it. I suggest a test drive and see if you can allow them to do a test drive, I don't know, someplace muddy. It could be everywhere today. Try that out at Cars Plus.
Rediscover Talk Radio here. Your FM News Talk Superstation. This is The Point.
After 9 o'clock in the morning, 888-255-888-TALK. I'm not alone in the studio. Put the scrunchie on the door. I'm just playing around. I'm just messing. It's a very close, very personal friend of mine, and somebody we met up at the Hive. There was something going on up at the Hive, and we got around to talking, and then you started telling me about this great program that you were in, and I said, well, that sounds like Big Brothers Big Sisters, and you said, well, it kind of is. It's the Maniello program. Samantha Titano's back in the studio, returning guest.
Good morning.
It's so nice to have you here.
Thank you. It's nice to be here this morning.
Well, there's so much going on, and I wanted to make sure, it's fun to do it on the phone and everything, but I think it's, for me, more fulfilling, and certainly for the listeners of the broadcast and the viewers on Facebook Live, I think it's nice to be able to put a face with the name and learn more about this program. So, as I said, just get into the bottom of it, and back in the olden days, there used to be a Big Brothers, Big Sisters, yes. And now it has, I don't want to say morphed, evolved into something that is a little bit more local, feels much more local, and I think addresses some of the issues that are peculiar to our community, and hence the Big Brothers Big Sisters now Maniello.
Yes. So last year in November, we changed our name from Big Brothers Big Sisters of Guam to Manietlu. And as you were saying, it's really because the organization has evolved. So, of course, we still have our one-to-one mentoring program, which is kind of, what it was founded on. But over the years, we really expanded. So we do weekly programs in some of the public housing areas. And then in 2015, we started the Micronesian Resource Center One-Stop Shop, which is one of our programs. And
there's some federal money behind that, right? Didn't it come from Interior?
Yes, the Department of Interior fully funds that program.
Okay. No, that's that. Well, and if I recall correctly, it is because there is no kind of outbound outreach on these islands. So people go, I'm going to move to Guam. And they get to Guam and they have no idea where to go, what to do. How do we line up for housing? What do we do about food? What do we do about getting the kids in school and that kind of thing?
Yes.
And so that's why that program exists.
Yes. And so pretty much our staff, our multilingual staff that speak Chuukese and Pohnpeian, they're able to assist people who have moved here, not sure, how to sign up their kids to school, what they need to do in order to get housing. So they're able to assist them with all of those things through workshops. So we have a Welcome to Guam orientation, which kind of covers all of those basic things. From there, we kind of figure out what their needs are. Do they need a driver's license? We have a Guam driving law familiarization class, which helps them study up for the driver's license. We have a workforce development program. I could have used that
when I was 15.
Yeah.
Only took it twice.
Yeah, so, we want to make sure that, everyone is, following the laws and understands them. We have workforce development programs, which assist them in preparing their resume, also preparing for the interview, and kind of just introducing them to workforce etiquette, things like that. We
Show
also
up early, stay late.
Yeah, just all of the things that, they might not know. So we also do parenting workshops, and of course, because we're formerly Big Brothers Big Sisters of Guam, we have a really heavy youth component.
There's in my mind, I'm looking for a way to describe this in my head, and if we were talking about something else, we'd refer to it as systems of care, but in this case, I want to call it kind of a wraparound. It feels like, you take the individual or take a family, and it doesn't necessarily have to be all Micronesian families and folks from Pohnpei or Chuuk. This Chuuk is everybody from around here that feels that they might need to have some advice, some guidance on what it is that they've got to do next.
Yes, we also assist any Chamorros who might be having troubles navigating kind of like the government systems on how to get public assistance or any of those things. So we also help out the local community if we need to help anyone else from any of the other islands, or even like those from Russia. We're able to kind of like connect with other people who might be able to help us with translation services, but we're more than happy to assist.
Russians?
Yes.
We got Russians here? Are they impacting our elections yet?
I don't know.
Something to look into. We'll call Maria from over at the place. So now there's a couple of things I want to go over. First of all, it's always nice when somebody walks in and says, "We've got a T-shirt for you, Gib." And I like this one here. It says, "Think positive, act positive, and feel positive." Anybody that knows me knows that I've never had a bad day in my life, and there's always some kind of silver lining out there if you take the time and and trouble. And sometimes it's one of those, you won't know that it was, whatever disaster you're in was actually a blessing until a little bit after. So always try to have that in your mind, and that'll help you make it through some of the tough times that life will throw at you every once in a while. So I appreciate this shirt. And of course, it's got you said it differently. You put more accent on the Manyetlu.
Yeah, it's like Chetlu, but Manyetlu.
Okay, gotcha. Well, I'll make sure I pronounce it like that all the time because, I was only born and raised on Guam. You think I know all of the words. So you got it. Now, the other reason why she's in the studio, we'll get around to a bunch of reasons besides she looks good on camera. It says, we invite you to Big's Night Out. And I looked at this, and I wasn't sure, was this Biggs like the rapper, Biggie, or what's a Biggs? And then I remembered Big Brother's Big Sister.
Yes, so we haven't completely left behind the Bigs and Littles that we kind of adopted when we were doing Big Brothers Big Sisters of Guam. Because a lot of our mentors really started off when we were still Big Brothers Big Sisters of Guam, we still call them Bigs and Littles, and it's probably, it's just going to stick. So, yes, this Thursday we are planning to have a Big's Night Out, and this is really a thank you to our volunteers. So this is to our mentors, but also to anybody who has come out and done activities with the kids. We have volunteers who come out and do hikes with us, who do activities with the kids. So it's just really thanking them. And then also it's doubling as a recruitment event for anybody who's interested in becoming a mentor and just wants a little bit more information, wants to hear from other mentors, kind of what their experience is.
Yeah, that makes a difference.
Yeah, so if you're interested in the program, but you're not quite sure if you're ready to commit to being a mentor, we do ask for a 1-year commitment, and that's 2 to 4 hours a month that you hang out with a child. So it's usually like a 1 weekend a month. For a year.
It's not like you've adopted them or that they're living with you. It's not a foster home arrangement.
No, it's just, typically 1 week in a month. If you and the child decide you guys want to hang out more, we always encourage that. We also always have weekend events and then sometimes weekday events that you can always bring your mentee, your little to. This Thursday, we're really just kind of inviting anyone out who's interested in the program, even if you're not interested in becoming a mentor per se, but just to learn more about what we do and how you can get involved, even if it's not like on a regular basis.
Well, you remind me now, there was a runner, I want to say his name was Charlie, and I believe that Charlie had a little, and that was among the things that they did, is they'd run 5Ks every weekend. And because you can run 5Ks every weekend on Guam, so that was the thing. We'd go and pick up the kid, and then they'd go and run the 5K and get the T-shirt and the apple and the yogurt, all of that stuff afterwards. And that was I believe one of the components of his relationship with this kid. And I know that it was kind of a fulfilling year for all of us because we were able to see this kid progress as a new runner into somebody that was actually pretty quick. So it's not like. Because otherwise it sounded like dating to me. It's like, okay, wait a second. So I got this kid, and do I have to figure out what movie we're going to watch? What about food? These things. So you've already got some canned activities for the bigs and the littles
so
already.
we have we have hikes monthly, and those are typically on the Saturday. We also do like special events. We have an ice cream event coming up in September. So we'll have to talk about that.
Yes,
again.
we will. Come out anytime.
And just kind of any of our events we always invite our bigs and littles to come out, and that's always without any charge. So we try to make those events completely free. And then, this is also a good time to connect with other bigs in our program to see, hey, like, we like to do these outdoor things, or we like to do these certain things. And then, they're able to connect with other bigs and maybe even do some things together.
So I've got in my head an activity, and sometimes these activities might take place in commercial spaces, right? So I mean, if I was a big and I wanted to take my little, say to that bouncy jump around place over at Agania Shopping Center, do you already have relationships with some of these businesses so that if I'm coming in with a little, they go, hey, thumbs up, here's a discount or a 2-for-1 or something like that?
We don't have relationships where it's kind of on an ongoing basis. It's just dependent on the time. Like right now during the summer, we had a partnership with Tarza where they donated a bunch of water park passes for the kids and their bigs.
Yeah, exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
Sure.
so when those things come up, we always invite our bigs and littles. We say, we have all of these tickets, just come over to the office or we'll meet you somewhere. And if a large enough group of them decide like, oh, let's all go on the same day, we'll go there and we'll purchase food for everybody.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so
Where's your
that's
money
just
come?
coordination.
I was going to say, this sounds like a money bags outfit. Well, we're going to buy you lunch, whatever, have a good time. We're all going to go to Horse and Cow. Where's the source of your funding?
So we are funded through several sources. We have federal grants. We have 2 grants from the Department of Interior. One that has the Micronesian Resource Center, and the other that funds our hikes and some community gardens. And then we also have the GURA grant, the Community Development Block Grant, which funds us to be in the public housing communities to do these after-school programs.
I got it.
Yeah, so those are our 2 big grants. And then, of course, sponsorships and fundraisers.
Fundraisers. So we got a fundraiser coming up. It's the One Heel...
Healthy.
Sorry, it's a kerning issue with that word. And besides, the other part of it is you're using one as the word one, and then one is highlighted underneath in Micronesia. So it's Micronesia, and so that's what's throwing me off. So I'm looking at one heel. There's a long space, and it says thy.
Yes. So we do have a 5K coming up.
Yes, help me get me through this. 5K that's going to be coming up. This is going to be at the Governor's Complex in Adeloo. It's a show early, and then go time is going to be at 6 o'clock. $10 a head, $35 for a group of 4. My recommendations to my friends is even if you're going by yourself, buy the $35 for 4, because then you have 4 bibs and 4 chances to go to Korea.
Yes, you do.
You have airplane ride. You have an airplane ride.
Yes, we do. Thanks to T-Way.
And so this could get you all the way to South Korea. Round trip, right?
Yes, round trip. Yeah, we're not going to leave you there.
Well, no, you just got to find a 5K to win out there, and then maybe you get another raffle prize. Register today at Micronesia Resource Center and Goodies Sporting Goods, and you can go online for this. More and more events are going to Eventbrite, so you can go to Eventbrite. What should we look for when we get there?
The One Healthy Micronesia 5K.
One
or
heel
Manyalu.
die. One heel die is what I'm going to be calling it. So sign up, and we'll go ahead and give some sponsor love here to KUAM and Matson and the Micronesia Resource Center, as well as the folks that I work with over at the Guam Daily Post. I see Bang of Guam, Coast 360, Bang of Hawaii. This sounds like this is going to be. I'm just looking at T-Way and Windward and Staywell, and what's the WS that I can't make out? Who are those guys? Western.
That's T-Way.
No, above T-Way.
Oh, W5.
W5. Okay, there's W5 and 76. So I'm just and Staywell. So I'm looking at this, going, wow, there's going to be some cool swag being given away at this event. So it's not just the airplane ride. If you don't win the airplane ride, could win all kinds of other stuff. Matson. Typically they're like heavy into the golf stuff. So, and I don't know if they're going to give away a golf stuff at this, but there might be some other big prizes coming into Bernie.
I know they are donating some additional prizes.
So that's the morning 5K. There are 2 other 5Ks on the 10th. Both of them will run at night. So I don't think you're in competition with anybody else that morning. So that's the one that everybody's going to be waking up early for and try to get at least 2 runs in over the weekend. If you've already got a little, this is a great time to bring out the little.
Yes. We've already kind of sent out the message, but any bigs out there that don't check their email regularly, you, of course, are welcome to come, and it's completely free. Also, if you haven't been checking your emails, please come to our event this Thursday at Horse and Cow from 5:30 to 8:30 p.m. That's going to be the Bigs Night Out. Just thanking our volunteers, and then also, trying to see if anybody else is interested in becoming a mentor or a volunteer with our program.
I just kind of want to meet some of the people that are actively involved in it and learn a little bit more about what they do. I'm always a big cheerleader for you, but I don't know that I'm in a place in my life or have ever been in a place in my life where you'd really want me in charge of another human being's, health, welfare, diet, exercise, whatever. So, but it might be one thing where I can learn another way to support the outfit.
Yes. I mean, of course, if you don't you come and you're like, you know what, mentoring is not for me. That's just not where I'm at. There are tons of other ways to support our organization, to get involved, or just to show your support. So we can always talk about those ways as well.
We were talking about Eventbrite, and one of the ways that you can sign up for the 5K this weekend is there? No, it's just a 5K. Are there other social media presences that you have? Is there Facebook, Instagram?
Yes, we're on everything. So, we have our website, which is manyetlu.org. We have Instagram, which is manyetlu.gu, without any of the special characters. So it's manelu.gu.
Okay.
Also, our Facebook is manyetlu.gu.
Kids going back to school got to figure out some service learning. Do you have service learning opportunities for teenagers?
We have tons of service learning opportunities for teenagers.
I think it's slavery, personally, because we're holding the diploma hostage until you get X number of hours of service learning opportunities. But for outfits like this, for outfits like Manyetlu, it could actually be something that is fulfilling as well.
Yeah, so actually our mentoring program is available to high school students as well. This year, actually, we're partnering with GDOE to hopefully start having the high school students in certain high schools go to the elementary schools and mentor kids during their lunchtime.
Ooh, tutoring and stuff.
Yes, and then also for years now, especially last year, we have kids from private schools who come to our sites once a week, and we match them with kids there, and they do activities with the kids during that time, and that's also considered service learning.
Right. So moms and dads are listening right now. It's the last rainy days before it gets to be the return to school for a lot of students, and this becomes kind of a priority, and it becomes a priority for the moms and dads as well. I've found from my own observations that the kids aren't really paying any attention to anything. But it's the moms and dads that are looking for opportunities like this. So if you want to, this might be another good excuse to show up at Horse and Cow on Thursday night just anyway.
Yes.
What time's that start?
So it's from 5:30 to 8:30 p.m. We'll probably be there a little bit early, and we'll probably stay a little bit late. It is free appetizers.
I've heard that from, I mean, that's a Horse and Cow thing. We're just going to show up, find a good spot, and make sure that you're within eye view of the guy behind the bar to make sure to bring you a new glass of whatever.
Yeah, so we'll be providing free appetizers and then just, some mixer activities just for people to get to know each other. But we will have staff there and some of our bigs there that are more than happy to answer any questions.
So there's a volunteer component, as I'm thinking about all the different things that you guys are out there doing. Are there any jobs? I mean, you're like executive director, right?
Yes.
So do you have anybody that works for you?
Yes.
Yes. Is there like a
it's
lot?
It's not
of
a one-woman show.
Well, I know because there are a lot of organizations around here that kind of are, and I don't know whether that's a funding issue or if it's just the way that these NPOs or NGOs are built up.
Well, we are very fortunate that both the Department of Interior grant and then also our GURA Community Development Block grant fund staff as well. So we have 10 staff members.
You got a car too, right?
Yes, we have the My Van.
Yeah,
we have the My Van, and it's a mobile office. That way, we can provide our services anywhere.
Gotcha. Samantha, it's always a pleasure having you in the studio. I'm sure the viewers feel exactly the same way. If they've got questions about different things, first of all, the easy ones are there's two major events that are happening this week. Thursday night over at Horse and Cow, and then you should be recovered by Saturday morning for the One Healthy Micronesia 5K. See, but no, you can look at it now. You can see. You can kind of see where I might be going wrong on that. So the One Healthy Micronesia 5K. What a second, because people think I'm stupid anyway. But let me just put this up on the screen, and you'll be able to see it as well. Once you look at it, and it says "One Heal Thy," you'll never be able to look at it again without saying, "My God, he's right." So if for details and things like that, there's a bunch of places on the web that you can go to, Instagram and Facebook. If last resort you want to get a hold of Samantha, get a hold of me, and I'll be happy to pass along the information to you.
Yes, definitely.
Well, you have a fantastic day.
Yes,
Stay dry.
You too.
I'll see you Thursday.
Yes, Thursday, Horse and Cow.
Do I need to bring money? I forgot to ask. Do I need to bring dough?
So we will be providing appetizers, but we will not be providing drinks.
So you're not buying me beer?
We're not buying any alcohol.
No shots.
Sorry, guys.
No CBD, THC, or anything like that. Okay,
No.
I'll stop by someplace and get some folding money in my pocket. 9:27 in the morning, shall we? Yeah, that's iConnect time. Give iConnect a ring at 888-8888 and ask them how they'll save you money on mobile and internet plans.
Security Title is honored to join in sponsoring Ray Gibson on The Point. My name is Alicia Blas from Agate, and this is where I start my day, listening to the voices of our community and sharing thoughts about issues that affect all of us. It all boils down to our people and our land. Putehi Igomamu. Protect your home. When purchasing or refinancing your home, remember to call the professionals at Security Title, just like you call Ray Gibson in the morning.
The Extra Point with Jerry Roberts of Guam Training.
How can people defeat mediocrity before it becomes their ultimate destination in life? I'm Jerry Roberts, and at 7:20 a.m. on The Ray Gibson Show, we'll talk about a huge factor that has to change if they are ever to break free.
You can find daily transcripts of The Extra Point at guamtraining.com. Tune in every weekday morning at 7:20 for The Extra Point with Jerry Roberts. Brought to you by Guahan Insurance Services and First Hawaiian Bank on 93.3 The Point.
I got a shirt from the pretty lady. Are you jelly? Are you? 888-825-5888-TALK. Ray Gibson Show until it's not going to be anymore. That's about a half hour. Have we blown through all of the big topics today? There's things that I wished I had played for you, and I might still. Let me give you not a warning. I want to get you set up. I want to set this up. I'm going to play two kinds. No, wait. No, not yet. Hold on for that. Because what I want to do is I want to play 2 times Lulian Guerrero Te. I have 2 pieces of audio from Auntie Lou. One of them is the audio. We played it earlier, but I want to get it on again in case you missed it. If you just tuned in, this audio, Kevin Kerrigan and Chris Barnett, and a couple of other journalists caught up with Auntie Lou at the governor's office a few days ago and asked her. It's the Esther Aggie conversation. Asked her about pay raises, what, to her understanding, happened, and what was going to be happening next. And I got to say that there are bits and pieces of this that give rise to even more questions. You'll feel it the same way. On the other side of that, I want to play the governor's address, the governor's monthly address. It has to do with education and priorities and things like that. There is audio and video on that component, so you'll be able to see and hear. But this is probably the only place on Guam and the only place in social media that, as far as either pieces of those audio, either one of those elements, this is probably the only place where you will be able to put some kind of commentary on the words that are coming out of their mouth. This is the only place where that can happen. Everybody else kind of embargoes it. Everybody else kind of shuns it because, I don't know, they don't want to see what people are thinking. It's vital that I know what you're thinking. So without any further delay, I'm going to place for you now the audio of the get-together last Friday on the Esther Aggie case. And was it a mistake? Wait a second. We heard that the lieutenant governor signed off on it. So basically it's, what's the story now?
Thank you, Governor. Can you tell us, did you authorize the lieutenant governor to approve this GG1 for Aggie?
The lieutenant governor, in my capacity, in acting capacity, is authorized to sign GG1.
Did you approve it? Did you ask him to do it?
No, I was not aware of this, but he was presented with this, and as acting governor, he has every authority to sign it. And unfortunately, like we said in our statement, that we have to tighten up some of our processes because it should have gone through down to legal and go and forwarded off to the various players in the process. So
it's been rescinded then, fully rescinded.
Yes.
So how could it be a mistake if the lieutenant governor signed off on it?
I didn't say it was a mistake. I said there was an error in the process of where it goes from one submission to the other.
So what was the reasoning behind this $41,000 pay increase for the adjutant?
It was through the Adjutant General's administration. They reviewed it, they looked at it, they researched it, and their information says that this is the pay scale that she could be placed in, and so they did the paperwork and they presented it.
Do you personally believe she deserves it?
I personally believe that the Adjutant General deserves a compensation that commensurates with her responsibilities. That could be anywhere. That could be anywhere from 81,000 to 119, 120,000. Within the scale of all the other tags that are in throughout the nation, Hawaii, of the United States.
Does she deserve 123,000?
Does she deserve 123? That's really sort of like a quantitative kind of situation. So I haven't really looked at all the other scales yet that says, okay, so she's Lieutenant Colonel rank. This is what Lieutenant Colonel rank makes as Adjutant Generals in the whole scheme of the environment. So does she deserve a better pay, a higher pay? Yes, I think she deserves a higher pay. Is it 120 or is it 110? Is it 108? That's something that, I haven't really looked through very closely, but...
So this will be revisited?
It will be revisited sometime in the near future.
What about, is it prudent to, do these big raises when we're cutting education and public safety? I mean, how would you respond to that argument that you guys are being fiscally conservative with, the salaries that you're paying? That kind
when we hired our cabinet members, when we looked at our cabinet members, we looked at educational capability, we looked at experience, competency, we looked at what the responsibility is of the job, and we placed them in those salary scales, okay? When you say, is it prudent? To me, you pay the person what you think that person deserves so that that person can work their department, that person can work their area of responsibility so that we can provide the better services and the quality. So yes, I think if you look at the kinds of and the quality and competency of people that come work for this administration, I think it's prudent to give them the compensation that they deserve.
Has anybody been disciplined over this?
So much. Sorry. This is the last question. I'm sorry. Doug has to go. She's on a tight schedule. Thank you. Guys, I'll be right at my office.
We gotta leave. Hurry up. Car's running in the back. I forgot I left the iron on. Governor left the iron on. We gotta go to the other room and turn off the iron.
Your driver's costing $27.50 an hour. Gotta go.
It's more than the bus drivers make, which is why we don't have enough bus drivers around here.
That's why bus drivers
we looked
drop
at
kids
that. You remember
off
last
anywhere.
hour? You remember last year we looked at that, at the rates that people were getting paid over at Adelup, and then and by comparison, the rates that teachers were getting paid and bus drivers and cops were getting paid, and the distinction between it's not just the haves and have-nots, public sector versus private sector. It's the haves and have-nots even inside the government of Guam. You got people there punching away, slaving away at their jobs, 8 hours a day, 8 hours on the weekends, 88 on the holiday, and all of that stuff, and doing it for $22, $23 an hour, and you got other people that are now making $50, $60 an hour, and they just got there.
Well, it's top heavy. They have great responsibilities at those upper positions, Ray. How dare we question their salaries?
Yeah. I got a lot of people are questioning salaries these days. Who's playing around my Facebook? I see my nephew R.D. Gibson's online. Rick Tenorio. Businesses, I like your thinking here, Rick. Says businesses can donate a dedicated day for a group activity for bigs and smalls, movies, bowling. That would be a win-win for the businesses in the form of positive PR, tax relief maybe, who knows. Sherry Iriarty is online. Evelyn Z. Campus is there from GTA. Derek Mendel. Hey, buddy, how you doing? And Sandra De Leon says, I love, thank you. There is hope for our children on Guam. This is an organization I've always been proud to support. Molly Ann is online, and the big sister Shelley. Levon, C. Guerrero Meno, Tom Makigami, and Ursel Darius Cook Jr. is online as well. Rudy Magallagas, what's he talking about? So let me get this straight. Everybody in the government is put on hold, but she gets a raise. What the heck? And I like Barnett's question. I'm not sure that it was really answered. She's like, he'd asked the question, well, how can there have been an error if the lieutenant governor's signature was on it? And she's like, no, we didn't say there was an error. There was no error. Something was done wrong, though. That was the problem. Husband's a lawyer. I got to be nice. He's my divorce lawyer. Oh. Yeah, he said if I get one more, I get volume discount. Nice. Who's next? Gerard De Leon Guerrero says, Hafade, Senor Gibson. Don't senor me. I'm only 57 years old. Tell you what, if you're going to senor me when we're in line in the government of Guam, and I need to use the senior citizen deal. God. So I was at a place last night, and it was kind of crowded. And one of the ladies, and it was a barbecue. It's not like one of those things, right? So I'm at a barbecue, and it's kind of crowded because it was raining outside and everything. And one of the ladies looks at a kid sitting down at the table and said, "Get up! Let the senior citizen sit down."
Oh.
And I'm looking around.
You're looking around for the monuncle.
There's got Please tell me Klitsky's here. Come on. Senior citizen. Nick Perlowski. She hasn't done anything since she's been in office to warrant a pay raise. Personally, she has been clouded in issues since the beginning, not good for morale or for the good order and discipline. I've heard that, Nick. But it being, it's kind of a closed shop over there, Brad. And there aren't a whole lot of people that will talk about it. I'm looking around. I know a bunch of other guys are looking around as well with regard to the changes that have been made over at the place. 9:38 in the morning. Now, the other thing I was gonna play for you, because we can do this. We have the technology that allows you to be able to watch a YouTube piece, listen to a YouTube piece, and comment on the YouTube piece, something that I'm sure you cannot do on the website, on the YouTube page that this comes from. So I'm going to play for you now from the governor, her not weekly address. Used to be weekly, now it's monthly, because why do we have to do this every week? And so all I have to do. It takes me a second to remember what the steps are to be able to do this, and then...
never mind that she's actually only on island maybe 1 week out of the month. Sorry, did I say that?
Well, I'm just giggly. Because now you're more direct. I'm the guy that says, oh, the visiting governor, Lulian Guerrero.
Yeah.
Because that to me is funny.
Yeah, see, I'm not in this to look pretty like you. I'm in it to be...
I need to look pretty. Don't make me take this off. Don't make me take the governor's address off and just wink at the camera because I'm pretty.
I'll try not to.
And considering how little sleep I got last night, I'm pretty. All right, here it comes. Governor's monthly address.
Half a day. In just a few days, thousands of students, support staff, and teachers will return to their classrooms. It will be a busy time for parents in our island, but it is also an exciting time for us with a fresh start to work towards new goals. For the thousands of families who place their trust in us, Josh and I are committed to helping you and your families build something solid so that your children can grow, establish a family, and provide a quality of life, and it starts with education. And as we continue to advance our administration's vision of change, we remain committed to working with the Guam Department of Education to rebuild Simon Sanchez High School so that one day, the first day of school at the campus is not mixed with unease. And our mission should always focus on the successful education of the student so that we can address the struggle we face in reaching educational benchmarks. As the fiscal year 2020 budget process moves forward, know that I am committed to a budget that works for teachers and students. Our fiscal year 2020 budget proposal includes funding for a wage study for teachers and nurses. No one who says children are Guam's future can deny the role and influence a good teacher can have in that child's life. But education is about more than adequate funding. It's also about making schools a safe space for our children to learn. Earlier this year, we created the School Safety Task Force, bringing parents, educators, and law enforcement together to combat crime in and around our schools and to stand up to bullying. Parents and educators and students themselves are the experts on the daily atmosphere in schools. They know how to look for signs of bullying, abuse, illegal substances, and threatening or suspicious activity. So we took your feedback and suggestions because we value your input. I look forward to the task force final report and making these solutions real for our school communities. Serving as your governor has taught me many things. Progress is achievable, but it is certainly not easy. It takes more than just hard work. It takes dedication, focus, knowledge, sacrifice, and creativity. It takes passion and compassion. It takes steadfast courage to take risks, but it also takes humility. We have taken crucial steps to help Guam Department of Education build a new Simon Sanchez High School, pay teachers what they're worth, build affordable homes, put more officers in our villages, help struggling small businesses, create jobs in both the trades and technology industries, get more healthcare funding, and help families on the edge of poverty or living in poverty. We have so much to do, and the path has been cleared. And as long as Josh and I and the leaders of our beautiful island remember that, the work we do is just as much for the future as it is for the present. I believe we can all live in a happy, safe, and healthy community now and well into the future. Our administration is committed to our vision of an island that is prosperous, safe, compassionate, fair, for all people in our island. Siju'us Ma'asi, and God bless Guam.
There it is, ladies and gentlemen, Governor Antilulian Guerrero and her monthly address here. And I'm glad. My own personal thoughts on what she was talking about here. The FY 2020 budget includes funding for a wage study for teachers and nurses. We don't seem to need studies for anybody else, do we? But because it's teachers and nurses and we want to get it right, we'll go ahead and have a study done for you, a wage study for teachers and nurses.
Here's one for them. Google in national wage average for teachers and then do the same thing for
the actual nurses.
And you'll have all the study you need. And I'm certain that was easier to get than the national average.
No, we're going to have to pay somebody $500,000. We're going to go back to the Hay people and give them $500,000, and they're going to come back, and it's going to be just as crappy as the last one that they did out there. Anyway, and also looking forward to the task force final report, making solutions real for our school communities to deal with bullying, abuse, illegal substances, and threatening or suspicious activities that take place in the school. Here's a hint. Tell people not to bring guns to school.
It helps.
That was just a thing. Maybe just make the font on the sign a little bit bigger. Don't bring guns to school. Delighted, well, sort of delighted. Delighted to know that there has finally been an action that has taken place on that. If you were listening to the program with John Fernandez last week, it was pulling teeth, but I finally got him to say that individual is no longer associated with the school system. Didn't mention his name, didn't mention anything else about the nature of the termination or any of the other administrative processes that go on. But for all intents and for all the people that were worried that this is going to be one of those things that was swept under the rug, at least in this case, we know there was an administrative action, and that employee is no longer with the school system. So at least somebody there is getting it right. But maybe a thought along those lines here, and then the rest of it was all just stuff that I would expect to see and hear out of a speech that was delivered by the Youth Congress. So That's what we got going there. You could take that thing out and make it. What is it we were talking with Ken LG about earlier this morning? Just get the highlights, just the highlights from that, and then all of the rest of it is the platitudes, and we don't need that. It sounds like campaign trail stuff. 9:46 in the morning. You might be going, "Oh, that's kind of tough here." Yeah, well, when you're the governor, my expectations go up a little bit higher. I mean, I appreciate what she was talking about and what she was doing when she was candidate Leon Guerrero. We've always been friends, and I hope that she doesn't take me off the because Christmas is coming up in what is it, 190 days?
We are so off that list.
No, you are. You're the one that actually said you didn't vote for her.
Well, I told the truth.
That's fine. You tell the truth, and you have to live with the consequences. I'm going to continue to make them assume that I voted for at least one Democrat.
It's actually going to be very depressing. You know what they got for me Christmas last year?
Yeah.
Nothing.
I
don't know what they got you. They got me nothing.
Over at the bank or Lou?
Either.
I've got a pair of nice orange shorts.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, yeah. I got an orange shirt too.
But are they up to your shortness standards?
No. I've got to fold them up. But tomorrow, you got me thinking about it. I don't generally wear that orange shirt because it's like size large, and I don't know if you've noticed, but I'm a medium.
Yeah.
Anyway, so maybe tomorrow. But it's an actual polo shirt. So there's possible if I wear it tomorrow, there will be pop collar on your Facebook Live. Okay. I'm just warning you right now. So you got that. Oh, drat! I missed it. I missed the opportunity to talk about it. They found another way to virtue signal over at the legislature. Would you like to know what it is? Now, there's going to be guys that are going to get mad at me for saying, hey, but we're a good group. They need to do this kind of thing for us, Ray. All right, fine. If that's what makes you happy as opposed to actual legislation that helps change your life, that's okay with me. It says here, Governor Jose Turlay, chairman on the Committee on Military and Veterans Affairs, invites the public to a flag-raising ceremony to commemorate the U.S. Coast Guard on the occasion of the 229th birthday and the Military Order of the Purple Heart, Asia Pacific, Guam's Chapter 1315, 2007, 787, to honor all Purple Heart recipients for their many sacrifices in defense of our country. So they got a flag-raising ceremony. This, ladies and gentlemen, is the new form of a resolution. Do we want to honor the men and women of the U.S. Coast Guard? Absolutely.
Yes, yeah.
Absolutely. Do we want to honor the men and women who have received the Military Order of the Purple Heart? Absolutely. Absolutely. The flag raising, though? Dude, where's the banquet at Government House? Where's the awards? Where's the little medals? I don't know, a coin or something like that. Hey, something substantial. Oh, how about $81,000? Can we do that? $40,000. Like I said, it's in my mind, I'm looking at this, eyes rolling. This, ladies and gentlemen, is the new form of resolution over at the legislature. And I was in my notes here, I was wondering if we were able to talk to somebody about it. Is there going to be food? And it occurred to me that the only way there's going to be food is if Joe S. has anything to do with it. You ever watch him when the legislature's in session? It gets to be about 12:15, 12:20, and he's like, hey, when are we going to take a break? It's lunchtime. Sup, guys? Now, they've got others of this, right? They got other versions of this? I don't know. Do I have to? I will if you tell me I have to. Gotcha. 9:50. In the morning. It's the Ray Gibson Show. And I, as usual, I barely scratched the surface on the table of contents. One of these days, we'll just start adding and dropping shows. Be right back. Don't move.
Parents, start your child's school year right with healthiness and fun. Complete your child's immunizations, annual physical, dental, or eye exam at FHP and receive a free gift for each exam visit. Perfect for back to school. Valid from July 15 to August 31st or while supplies last. Visit their website or Facebook page for more details. Call 646-5825 and press 2 to schedule an appointment today. Most private insurance accepted. FHP Health Center, our island, your clinic. Mezcla Chamorro Fusion Bistro brings you island hospitality with a true taste of modern Chamorro cuisine. A bistro look that feels like home. Their menu features local and traditional flavors with a twist. From their famous Kelaguen Hapa to fresh ahi poke salad and their award-winning barbecue ribs. Mezcla takes your favorite local dishes and serves them with extra flair that you'll only find at Mezcla Chamorro Fusion Bistro. Stop by their newest location in the Grand Plaza Hotel in Tumon. For reservations, call 969-2652. Mezcla, a true taste of Guam.
My ears are bleeding. 888-8255. 888-TALK. What's on the what have I ignored yet so far? See, this sucks because this is actually a topic I'm interested in. FADs. You know what FADs are? Fish aggregating devices. So there's a bunch of these things sprinkled around the island where fishermen like to go. And so when I first learned about fish aggregating, not aggravating, but aggregating devices, in my mind I'm thinking of some kind of real cool space-age technology, you know, something that emits a signal or some other kind of electrical wave that goes out of these things that makes it just irresistible for fish, and they've got to be around them.
Let me guess. It's like a string with meat hanging off of it.
It's a buoy with a chain. Algae grows on the train. Small things come and eat the algae.
That's
Bigger
right.
things come and eat the algae, the things that ate the algae. And eventually we've got marlin.
Yeah.
Eventually we got my friend Julian and Brett and Therese Tyama running around catching marlins. Right? That's it, and so they're complaining because these FADs aren't working. But there I was thinking it was something, you know, more magical, more Wizard of Oz. It's a buoy on a chain attached to the bottom of the ocean. Wow. Hey, 952, my pal Carl's on. Hey, buddy.
Good morning, Ray.
What's up?
I just was listening to your comments about the rampant use of resolutions.
That's it, man. We're gonna have flag raising tomorrow. There's gonna be what can we flag raise for tomorrow?
Yeah, and not that there's never a useful place for resolutions, but probably maybe a tenth of what is being done now. It's just it's a classic illustration of Parkinson's law. You know, work expands to fill the time available. It's a visual and verbal argument for a part-time legislature, which Ken Leon Guerrero is pushing. And I totally agree with Ken. You know, I've completely thrown up my hands, and I think, you know, thousands of the voters have as well, as far as the government reforming itself. The people have to force the issue, or it'll never get done, ever. Because I've seen and heard the issue of a part-time legislature batted around for years, decades, and nothing's ever happened. And it's the right thing to do. And Ken is doing the right thing by forcing these things on the ballot through referendum and making people vote, because a lot of people are going to vote for them. They're just tired of politics as usual.
Just feels like it, and I was kind of hoping there'd be a longer time before we got to what felt like politics as usual. And you know what? I'm 7 months in, and no different than any other administration. And it seems to me that it's like people that already know the way, right? If you take a look at cabinet positions, department agencies, heads, things like that, these are already people that know how to game the system, know how to write the press release, know how to manage the firestorm from people like you and me and Ken and everybody. They know how to manage all of that stuff, and at the end of it, make it look like they're the victims. Right? Oh, no, Ray's exaggerating.
Yeah, exactly. You know, I think people are just getting tired of it. You know, the situation that's happening in inner cities like Baltimore should be a warning to us and a lesson of what we can avoid, because we're headed down the same path. We're not we're not at the Baltimore level yet.
Well, I don't even know if I don't think we need that. I just look. I'll ask the question again. It's we're this deep into this new administration, into this new legislature, into this new everything, this whole change that everybody was all excited about after the election, after the numbers were all counted. I'm going, okay, we're 7 months in. Oh, what cool, groovy thing has happened here that makes life on Guam that much more, I don't know, is that much more fun to live in? We signed off on the recreational marijuana bill. That's it. But is that changing everybody's life? You know, there's a bunch of people for whom, while the government of Guam can all day long say that recreational marijuana is legal here on Guam, there's a lot of people that still cannot have a good time with it, because if they pee in the cup and it comes out positive, they're going to get fired. So for those people, there's even less than for me. They've got nothing, nothing to show for it, huh? 7 months into a new government, what do I have to show for it?
There's something that happened in Baltimore that I think illustrates that it's with government, it's usually not a revenue issue, it's a spending issue. They were given $17 billion by the federal government to help their situation. Pretty much the inner city still looks the same. What happens is this money flows into a massive government administration, and it gets used up in the form of plush offices and fancy cars and da-da-da-da and all this other stuff. Very little of it trickles down to the actual people that are in need of it. And pretty much that's what happens here. It doesn't matter if we had a $2 billion budget and the revenue for it. Government would swallow it up and find inefficient ways to put it to use. More fancier offices and fancier cars and higher salaries and all this stuff, and we'd be right back where we started.
So when I saw that about Baltimore, I actually got mad. I got angry because it seems to me, because here we are, we're out in the hinges of democracy, the fringes of democracy out here in the Pacific. And one of the things that really kind of irked me is that, it seems to me like we've got so much compliance, we've got so much oversight, we've got a third-party fiduciary agent, and we had all that brouhaha that's cost us taxpayers and ratepayers around here. The actual suffering in terms of what we now have to pay for the government of Guam's many distractions, and so we've got all of this. Why isn't anybody watching? Why didn't anybody? Where's the third-party fiduciary agent for Baltimore? Where's the receiver for Baltimore? Where is the federal government's enforcement guys that should be wearing rubber gloves up to their elbows, going in and looking for that money? Where was the corruption? Where did those dollars go to? What maintenance was put off? What taxpayer benefits